Welcome to today's proceedings. So I'll kick off with a prayer. Karakia. Me ino tātou, e te atua, tēnei au, tēnei mātou, o mema kua poti te hapori o Whanganui. Arahina I a mātou, ki te whakataunga pai, mō te rohi mō ngā tangata katoa, kia piki ai te ora o te hapori, me ngā iwi katoa o Whanganui, haumie, huie, taikie. Amen. Let us pray, dear God, here I am, here we are, your elected members of Whanganui. Guide us to make good decisions for the district, for all people, to uplift the community and all peoples of Whanganui. Bring forth unity, it is done. Amen. Right, well, we've got a big 2.5 days ahead of us. My understanding is that on Friday we will be using the placeholder for the development contributions session at least. So we'll be back on Friday, just giving you a heads up. So before I get into the rest of it, so apologies, we have none by the looks of it. Haven't any recorded. No leave of absence either. Any declarations of interest that would prevent you from making a decision? No. Any additional information? No. Right. Well, I've have my usual message, mayoral message. Yep. So just a message to the community, which is and for all of us really. So you will have heard me say that I believe Whanganui is the greatest place to live on earth, and I guess that's why we are here to govern and as elected members to ensure that continues to happen. And I know from talking to people that people are proud of Whanganui and they share that sentiment. Our population is growing steadily with new residents and visitors, adding to a bustling and friendly community vibe where people take the time to look out for each other. This enhances our cohesiveness as a community. But right now, I would like to front foot what I'm seeing as something of an erosion of cohesion in our community, which I actually called out in my inauguration speech, and I talked about the concept of social cohesion and social division in our society, which is at the time was prevalent, but I think more so now. I think it's really important that we resist the worldwide phenomenon of social media exacerbating division in communities. I probably don't need to tell you that social media platforms like Facebook make huge profits from seizing our attention and keeping us hooked. They understand that high emotion drives high online, knowing that when we feel outraged, fearful or hostile, we spend more time on their platform and they rake in more money through digital advertising. Misinformation and disinformation have always been around, but social media allows them to spread like wildfire. With the next stage of the tech revolution tipped to bring advances in deepfake images, it's going to become even harder to discern fact from fiction online. As humans, we're wired to respond to stories, and this is the era of information sound bites. It's easy for narrative to be manipulated and for people to get the wrong idea from just reading a headline. Social media algorithms tend to group us with other like-minded people, so ideas reverberating around in our online space mainly come from those who share our beliefs and reward us with likes. The echo chamber effect can cut off meaningful contact and complex conversations with people who hold different perspectives from our own. Essentially, we start to think everyone agrees with us. So when we come across ideas counter to the ones we hold, it can quickly descend into simplistic arguments and verbal warfare. This is a huge and growing social change. I'm a big believer in playing the ball, not the person, and walking a mile in someone else's shoes, to mix a couple of metaphors. My point is, what we say online matters. It has real-world effects and affects people's lives. Technology is incredible and holds many answers for our future, but social media can simultaneously make us more connected and more divided, more informed and more confused. In my role as Mayor, I get to meet people with a broad range of viewpoints every day. I even had a family in my office yesterday who disagreed with some of what I stand for, which is fine. So we had a conversation. It was great. I'm open to having my views challenged in a respectful way, and it is a privilege to have conversations where there's an opportunity to grow with new insights and understandings. For healthy debate and discussion, we need to be able to disagree and have difficult conversations in the interests of reaching greater understanding. But there should be no place for comments that reinforce prejudice and cause harm to groups and individuals in our society. As citizens in a democracy, we have the right to speak our minds, but this comes with the responsibility to treat others with respect. When you let your fingers do the talking on the keyboard, do it in a way that's talking to someone as though they're standing in front of you. Let's resist the negative pull of social media and the idea that we can win an argument by being abusive or malicious. We are all better than that. Let's move forward in a way that builds people up, not tears them down. Now to the LTP process. As has been mentioned previously, and it should be well known, councils around New Zealand are grappling with an average of 15.3% increase in rates from 1 July this year, primarily because of what I'm calling the 3 I's: inflation, interest rates and insurance. Our council is in comparatively good shape, with strong investment in water assets and manageable debt. And last week we had a conversation, the Chief Executive, the Chief Financial Officer and myself had a really good conversation with credit ratings agency Standard & Poor's, and they were very positive. And whilst we await an official rating, they were very complimentary of our council, indicating that we're a high-performing council and pointed out that many others are struggling. Wanganui proposed average rates rise is currently at 10.6%, which is, even at this much higher rate than usual, ridiculously the envy of many mayors I've spoken to. However, this is no comfort for those who are facing cost pressures. The reality is that for the next 3 years, all councils are facing around a 30% increase for this time period. For us, post-hearings and LTP workshops, the resulting council officer recommendations has seen a shift up slightly to 10.8%. Of course, that is still dependent on these deliberations, where we as elected members will make the final decisions based on hearing and listening to our community, where we have all been challenged by the wide, varied and considered views of our community. I'd like to just take a moment to invite our Chief Executive, David Langford, to provide a basis for the increase from 10.6 to 10.8%. It's only a slight increase, but I thought it would be a good opportunity for David to talk to that.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew. I just want to start off by saying it is a privilege to sit here today and hand over the draft long-term plan from officers to elected members. I'm incredibly proud of the team that's worked very, very hard over the last 18 months to pull this together. It is no small feat. It is a plan for $1.5 billion of expenditure over the next 10 years. And as the Mayor has already outlined, we've done this in a very tough economic climate when many councils are facing an average of 15% increase on rates. Ours, by comparison, is relatively low at or was at 10.6, and bearing in mind that includes the 2.25% for the introduction of the new curbside recycling service. So the cost of doing day-to-day business, the BAU for this organisation, is below a 10% increase. When you take that into account, that's been hard fought. As you know, we put our 6-point plan in place. We're pursuing a high growth strategy so we can get more ratepayers. We're looking for alternative funding for some of our projects, including obviously the upgrades to the Royal Opera House, where we're aiming to get at least half of that paid for by other sources than rates. We've put a strong focus on trying to increase our non-rates revenue. We've increased our fees and charges. We're trying to get higher performance out of our property portfolios. and introducing a new development contributions policy so that that population growth pays for the infrastructure that it needs rather than the general ratepayer. We've hardwired in efficiency saving targets for management to deliver each year with an invest to save budget, so that we can keep downward pressure on the cost of doing business. Obviously, one of the big issues in the long-term plan consultation was whether we should cut services to keep rates down and then to sell assets to repay some of our debt. A combination of all of those things is why we're in a stronger position than many other councils. And that's not just in terms of the rates increase, our balance sheet strength, the debt capacity that we have, even after we've spent that $1.5 billion, remains incredibly strong at the end of the 10 years. And it's one of the reasons that we've had that complimentary feedback from Standard & Poor's. As you know, we got a record number of submissions, 1,600 just over, from our community, and it was great to see such a high level of engagement in local government where often apathy rules. And also great to see the passion for Wanganui from our community. We have listened, and as a result, we've made some changes to the management recommendations compared to what we consulted on. And that is the reason why the rates increase has crept up from 10.6 to an average of 10.8. Some of the big changes, we heard the community loud and clear about the hotel. So we're now recommending that council does not take the lead and we step back and allow the private sector to step in and take over. We're proposing to slow down the sale of assets, take our time, because whilst the community appears to support the idea, they wanted more detail on what we were going to sell before we actually committed to that. Some services were incredibly important to the community and got overwhelming feedback in favour of keeping them, the hanging baskets on the main street being one, and that's the primary item that has lifted the rates increase up a little bit. This plan is also a back to basics plan. There was a very clear message from our community that they want us to focus on the basics, do them well, and look after our core infrastructure. So about 80% of our capital expenditure in the long-term plan, about $407 million, is for the upgrade and replacement and maintenance of our roads and drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater networks. That's a significant increase compared to the previous 10-year plan, almost 75% more than we previously committed to looking after the basics and getting our core infrastructure to the standard it needs to be and keeping it there, so that we don't fall foul of the challenges that places like Wellington are when they're grappling with their water infrastructure at the moment. So, like I say, it's an honour to hand over the plan. Management of taking it to this point, obviously with your support. I want to thank the staff. I'm not going to name teams or individuals because it's been far-reaching, and pretty much everyone in the organisation almost has been involved, whether they're writing a business case or whether they've been put on notice that their jobs may be at risk because of some of the services that we're proposing to cut. And I just want to thank them for their professionalism and patience through the process. And obviously yourselves as elected members have been heavily involved in workshop after workshop throughout this process. And I'm sure there's some of you that would love to never see the inside of a workshop again as a result. So this is the handover. It's now your turn to debate the plan, finalise it. So yes, thank you, and back to you.
All right. Right, thank you, David. I thought it was worthwhile just for the public to hear the council officer perspective, so thank you, David. During the long-term process, it's been my privilege, and indeed that of all of our elected members, to listen to the thoughts of more than 100 people who put aside time to come along to the council chamber to talk face-to-face with us about their submissions. Over the 4 days of in-person hearings, we've heard submissions that have been respectful, challenging, thought-provoking, inspiring, and even often good-humoured. It's now well known that we, wrong page, as we go into the long-term plan deliberations where we discuss and decide each of the issues in the draft long-term plan, our minds will be swirling with the many and varied ideas we've heard, not only in person but also the more than 1,600 written submissions. Our long-term plan, which is reviewed every 3 years, sets the direction for council and the community for the next 10 years. We're aware of the huge effect our decisions have on the Wanganui community, and we take this responsibility seriously, particularly in this environment. As we find the balance between the magnitude of information, the pace required to keep up with readings and thinking time, and the complexity of the environment and local government, we don't always get the timing or the messaging right. However, considering the above, we do incredibly well, I think. When we don't get things right, we certainly hear about it, and that means we have a community who care. As I did at the last council meeting, our council officers deserve special praise for massive workload and dedication. We even received an email at I think 10:30 last night from you, Elise. And but look, this is what's been happening, and I want the community, our community, to understand behind the scenes in this organisation, across our council officers are incredibly dedicated and passionate about what they do. And that makes our jobs, even though, albeit that our job is challenging, but it makes it so much easier. So thank you. But I have to say the same needs to be said about our elected members as well, who have worked tirelessly and over and above what's expected of them in the last little while as we face into the very real challenges that councils face across the country. Now, I had a call from Mayor Neil Holdham yesterday, just out of the blue, to have a bit of a chat about things, and he's been around for a while, and it's certainly, just talking to him, it's something that he's never been involved with either. So the challenge that mayors are facing and elected members are facing around the country, both to keep the rates as low as possible, but also the public expectations as well, is bigger than ever. So thank you all for your dedication. Our approach throughout the long-term plan process and prior has been twofold. Firstly, to take council to the people by being more open, transparent and visible. I think that has helped us to achieve a record amount of submissions. We've engaged members of our community who have not interacted with council before, which is heartening. The second approach to the LTP and council in general is to be streamlined, efficient and outcome focused. A key part of this, as mentioned at the last council meeting, is a 6-point plan to bring rates down, and David's already alluded to that. The first one is growing the population base so there are more people to pitch in on rates. Secondly, to improve efficiency by working smarter. Thirdly, by exploring alternative funding options for projects such as central government funding and grant funding. Fourthly, by cutting council services. Fifthly, by selling assets to repay debt. And sixthly and finally, identifying sources of non-rates revenue such as user pays products or services, or increasing returns on our property portfolio. In regard to the last point around non-rates revenue, I believe that this will be one of our big focus areas going forward. Certainly for our council, but it should be for all councils. And I think we're starting to play in that space, but dare I say it, for those that aren't thinking about non-rates revenue, there will be a lag, and we need to start thinking about that now. We need to find ways to take the pressure off ratepayers in the future, and this was the rationale for the proposed hotel, to make life easier for future ratepayers. It's well known that we voted recently to purchase the buildings in the CBD as an investment to be funded by our property portfolio reserves and a small amount of debt, with the potential for this to be a hotel in the future. These properties will generate revenue for the council and were paid for by profits and resulting reserves from council's existing property portfolio. Profits from this portfolio are ring-fenced, so they are reinvested into property only. I can understand why people heard the announcement about the property purchase and thought we'd made up our minds to progress the hotel without hearing from the community. And you've just heard David, our Chief Executive, refer to a change in the council officer recommendation. The messaging around the purchase of the properties and the timing of this were not handled well, and I will take that on the chin. It's important to realise that buying the buildings doesn't mean we are committed to a hotel on this site. What it does mean is that we have a good central site secured if a hotel does go ahead in some form. If it doesn't go ahead, we will continue to lease out the buildings to generate non-rates revenue as part of our property portfolio. Personally, I still think a hotel would be good for Wanganui because of the visitors it would bring and flow-on economic benefits for local businesses. The submission process has told us that the majority of submitters think a hotel would be positive for Wanganui, but prefer us to seek an operator to develop a hotel, and this was option 2 in the draft long-term plan. We have been given a clear message by our community, and the result of our deliberation process will reveal how well we have read the room, so to speak. One of the other themes that came out of the LTP submission process and subsequent reading was that council needed to stick to basics, or the core. And as David referred to, a quick tally-up reveals that total capital expenditure council is undertaking over the next 10 years of the LTP relating to infrastructure, 3 waters and roading, is around 80%. In addition, we're also maintaining parks and reserves, running libraries, delivering a range of services. And I believe that investment in our basics, our core, is a record amount. It gives us some buffer to deliver for our future to continue to make Wanganui the best place to live on earth. Thank you. Right, moving to the next item, public forum deputations, which I understand there aren't any. Next item is confirmation of minutes, and because we only had the recent council meeting a couple of weeks ago, the minutes haven't been finalised yet. So we move to the first item on the agenda, which is 8.1, and which is a placeholder report for long-term plan 2024 to 2034 deliberations, which will be the biggest item of the 6 items on our agenda. So how this will work, and you'll see that Elise and Robin are sitting at the front, and welcome to the front, Elise and Robin, who I think you've got over 100 pages to present to us. I don't know when you find the time to do this amongst everything else, but once again, thank you for your considerable efforts to bring this to us. So how it will work is there'll be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is there'll be 18 items in the long-term plan to go through, and we will be asking questions of clarification. No debate, no comments, just questions of clarification. My take is we've spent a lot of time on this, and if we need to ask questions of clarification, great. Let's do that. However, we have spent plenty of time on it. So my hope, given that we've got a lot of time ahead of us to get through the content and the magnitude of the work, that we can be selective about our questions, if that makes sense. Yeah, sure, that's a good point. So, yeah, David's just reminded me that part of going through this is not so much for our benefit, it's for the community. And I'm hoping there are lots of people online, and those that can't be online will follow up and look at this later. But, you know, sometimes when you're in something, you don't see what it's like for others. So my read of talking to our community is that they're broadly aware of what we're doing, some more than others. Some are just getting on with life. But what we need to do is communicate to our community these items and the findings of the long-term plan submission process and the hearings and I guess a summary of all of that. But by all means, ask questions. But I guess and if you think of a question that might be helpful for the public, and that would be, you know, that's the type of question we're looking for. But if it's a question of clarification, I'm hoping that we've got most of our questions answered. But anyway, you get my drift. So look, I'll pass over to Elise and Robin to take us through the next little while. Yeah. Yeah. Excuse me. Councillor Kate.
So, sorry, thank you. Just in terms of adoption of this paper, because it's only just, well, last night we got the final draft. Are we adopting that as a late item, or what's the process around that?
Actually, I think you're right, that does need to be adopted today, because that paper has the recommendations in it, or whether or not it can be adopted at the start of tomorrow's meeting, because as Andrew said, today, as far as the long-term plan item goes, you won't be making any resolutions today. You'll be making them,
It is a matter before us at this meeting.
Yeah, I think it does need to be tabled. So we will.
We just need to.
So I'll move
Can we make a motion to accept the late paper? Yep.
so that the long-term plan 2024-2034 deliberations report be received by the meeting as a late item,
Okay, right.
late-ish.
Okay, you happy to move that? And
Late night item, yeah. And that item is now on the council's website, and next to the agenda for this meeting. I understand it's been shared as well.
Yes, it's in our,
You have it?
what's it called? Diligent.
Great. This is
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
we'll just finish this first here, and I'll come to you, Councillor Philippa. Can we just finish this here? So I see David writing this out. Have you written it out? So perhaps if you could just read it out to make sure it's clear, and then I'll.
So it is that the. Just double check I get the title right. That the long-term plan 2024 to 34 deliberations report be accepted as a late item.
Okay.
That's
And
it.
you're happy to move that, Councillor Kate? Anyone second that? Anyone happy to second? Councillor Josh? Okay.
So-
All those in
Oh,
in
no,
fa-
no.
Oh, right, okay, sorry, yes, go to you, Philippa, Councillor Philippa.
With two questions. One probably related to the resolution, which is just for absolute clarity, for us and the public.
Yep.
We're receiving a report that contains, sorry if I'm correct, if it contains all the options and council recommendations, but that does not mean that we are approving those recommendations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. You're just agreeing to allow the report to come onto the agenda. You'll make decisions on the actual recommendations in the report tomorrow.
Okay, and that was my second question, because I don't think it's been clear, I mean, maybe to us by some email, but not to the public, that we're basically asking questions. We're receiving a report today and then we're going to ask a whole lot of relevant questions around it, and that might help the public as well. But tomorrow, we're going to be deciding on all these key issues that are in the LTP.
Correct. So let me, so I probably, right, I should have explained that a bit better. So basically today, we've got six items on the agenda overall. For today, item 8.1, the placeholder report, long-term plan 24-34 deliberations, will be purely around the 18 items and asking questions of clarification around those and presenting that information. We'll then look to, depending on how far we get with that, we'll look to go through the remainder of the agenda up to 8.5, revenue and financing policy. Tomorrow, we'll either carry on, finish what we've done there, or if we get it finished today, we will start tomorrow on the debate, the comments, and making decisions. And then on Friday morning, there'll be a session on the development contributions policy item 8.6. That makes sense. Yes.
So if we finish all our questions today, just for clarification, are we not going to move into making decisions today?
No, we won't. It'll be, even if we finish at 2 o'clock, you have the day off and enjoy the sunshine. Yeah.
Okay, decisions won't be made to tomorrow, thank you.
Yep.
I'll just clarify, no decisions on the long-term plan, because we understand there's a lot of alternative resolutions that are still coming in. Those resolutions are being compiled, and you will get them all fresh tomorrow to debate. As you can tell, the democracy team is extremely thin on the ground, and we actually only have 1 or 2 staff here. but what we are able to do is debate and decide on those other papers. So the parking, the fees and charges, the finance policies, you've received those papers last week. So those ones we can debate and decide on. And ideally we get through all of the other papers, and then tomorrow you've got the whole day for long-term plan to make your decisions. And then development contributions morning of Friday. So you will be able to make decisions on those other papers.
And those alternative resolutions, for clarity for public, are coming in from us. Are coming in from us, not from officers' recommendations are in this report. Alternative ones are coming from elected
Yes.
members.
Yes,
Correct.
yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But they were coming through right till end of day yesterday. Those, as we would have seen via emails. So there's been a flurry of those that are being assembled, and obviously they came in order. So we needed to be respectful of the order that they came in as well.
So can I just ask a question about that in terms of the decision-making process? So we have officer recommendations in the report. Will those, and you have talked about this before, but just for clarity, will those recommendations be put first, or will the alternative recommendations be put from councillors?
I can answer that. So what will happen tomorrow is the alternative resolutions put forward by elected members will come first in the order in which they have been received. And then the officer recommendations will follow. So there is time to compile all of that.
Will follow in the event of the councillor recommendations failing?
Yes,
Correct.
yes, correct, yeah.
Right.
Or in the
Perfect.
case that there are no alternative resolutions, then that will just be the officer recommendation put up as per the normal process.
Lovely. Thanks for that clarity.
Great. Any other questions before we move in? No? Okay. Great. Well, thanks for those. It's good to clear that up, and not just for us, but also for those online as well. So now I'll pass over to Elise and Robin. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Andrew. And I'll just start formally, Mōrena and kia ora koutou. I'm Elise, the Policy Manager, and just one cog in the wheel here. So I'd also like to extend my thanks to the team and everyone who has contributed. And a huge thank you as well to our community for the massive engagement. It has been hugely appreciated. That said, we do know the system isn't perfect, and we would have liked to have reached a much wider group of Whanganui residents. And even though the reach has been fantastic, we do acknowledge that it's still a relatively small number of our residents, and we hope in future we will only be able to hear from more people. What we're going to do is effectively run through that 90+ page report that you have today, because we know it's an enormous amount of information. We know that the public has only just had the chance to see it today. So we will do our best to move through it quickly, but I also will slow down because I do want to really recognise and acknowledge our community and not sort of brush over things too quickly, and that's really important to us. And I also just want to make a quick comment on the data that you'll see today. So the graphs that you'll see is what we've pulled directly from SurveyMonkey. As you're aware, we use a slightly different format with this consultation, and we've got our SurveyMonkey dashboard here as well live, and if we need to we can go and look at the data, but what we've done is we've essentially lifted that straight and put that into these presentations in terms of transparency. As we're all aware though, with all data and all graphs, there's always more layers to it, there's always more to discuss, there's always more to understand. And because of that, we will be presenting you with a detailed overview of the submissions and the comments, and how people responded under each option. So that's been a pretty mammoth task to review the submissions, but I hope that the community can see the range of views presented by the community. In many cases are quite diverse views or even polar opposite views. So I also want to note that the council has to take into account the community's views and preferences, but it's not a referendum. It is really important to reiterate that This is one data set of a number of people set in time. And it is, as I said, it is really important to understand the context and the nuances. So I think we've already done this slide. I think we've just talked to this around the overview for the day and what we're proposing. I think we've talked to the resolutions point. Just to note, Robin and I will take you through, but David and the executive leadership team will, of course, pitch in whenever needed. And I think it's also been mentioned, but for those online, if you want to follow the report, it's available now on the link. So I will hand over to Robin to take you through the next slides.
Kia ora koutou. So yeah, my name is Robin Vickery, and I'm in the policy team with Elise. So I'm going to start off with a bit of an introduction, because as much as this has been a 18-month process, as some online that this might be the first time they're hearing about the long-term plan. So very quickly, the long-term plan is essentially a 10-year plan, and it provides a roadmap of what council's going to do, how we're going to do it, and how that's going to be funded. And under the Local Government Act, this is something that we're required to do every 3 years. And David and Andrew have actually spoke quite nicely to the context behind the long-term plan, so I won't go too much into detail here, but essentially we're trying to strike that balance based on the economic environment that we're currently in, trying to keep costs down, but obviously looking into the future as well. So, as noted, we landed on 10.6%. We'd originally started at 17%, but in comparison to other districts around the country, there's the average of around 15. And based on all of the work that happened prior to going to consultation, we then went out to the community to get feedback and to ask the community to help us with those big decisions. So Council had created a consultation document which essentially summarised everything in one place, and I'll briefly run through the information that was provided here. So we provided an explanation of how the long-term plan was shaped, which has been spoken about just before. We provided an outline of the 6-point plan approach that was used to keep the costs down. So that was a combination of encouraging population growth, increasing non-rates revenue, and that includes the fees and charges that went out for consultation as well. Finding alternative funding sources, finding efficiency savings, reducing levels of service, and selling assets to repay debt. And those final two were the ones that were most prominent that could be seen throughout the consultation document. So just briefly for the efficiency savings, Council had already established internal efficiency savings, and just to note a few here, there was a management restructure that reduced the number of executive and senior managers, reduced the vehicle fleet size, deferred ICT projects, vacancy management program with a 6% savings target for total salary budgets, and a 2-year pay freeze for the chief executive. So a lot was done prior to going up for consultation. And we gave the opportunity to provide feedback on comfort levels of selling assets to repay debt. We'll go into more details about that soon. Proposed service cuts and the opportunity to provide feedback on those, and I've separated those into those cuts proposed and cuts not proposed. Again, we'll go into more details soon. And then finally, the proposed long-term investment to make our city more livable, and the bullet points just highlights which of those. And then finally was a bit of an overview of the projects that weren't being funded, community initiatives that were proposed not to be funded, achievements over the past 3 years, and there's lots in there, which is really great to see, and key projects updates across Council's work programme. So the consultation itself, sorry, it's probably slightly small on the screen there, but I'll talk through some of it for you. So in terms of pre-engagement, the community initiatives, we'd brought the community on board quite early on through the point of entry business case, where we'd actually received 20 proposals that went through the business case process alongside all of the internal projects. We had a workshop series, well, multiple workshops with elected members. Many of those were live streamed, and multiple media releases, and the Vision for Wanganui work. There was a large engagement program there which fed into some of the long-term plan work. Consultation itself ran from 2nd of April to 2nd of May. We used a variety of channels, website, social media, print advertising, printed collateral, posters up in various locations, dedicated engagement events hosted by both officers and councillors. So there were lots that were hosted by councillors. So thank you everyone for your involvement there. And just up on the screen you can see the kind of various locations that we were placed at. And then beyond consultation, it was mentioned before, we had 111 speakers across 3 days of hearings. There's been multiple kind of communication for those who made a submission and those who were speaking at the hearings as well. And there is more communication to come beyond deliberations. Yeah, so 111 is just the LTP hearings speakers. So total, I think it was around 120, which included parking and development contributions submitters as well for the hearings days. So we've had an unprecedented number of submissions for this long-term plan. You can see it's a large increase from the previous long-term plan at 1608. Elise has noted before that it is a large number. It would be great to expand that further and encourage more responses, but regardless, these responses do hold significance for our kind of population, so we can feel confident that we've got enough views from the community to inform these decisions. So of these submissions, 270 were hard copy, and these were manually entered by the team. And then there was direct support given by members of council. So some of those come directly from the library, and those down from our team at the front, the customer service team, that's the one. And then 5 of the submissions came in late. So yeah, I just want to reiterate thank you so much for being involved to all of those who are listening online. So in terms of how we reached the community, we'd had a mixture of paid and organic methods, and due to the economic climate, we attempted to leverage the organic methods, which is essentially free methods, to minimise our costs. And we were also aiming to spread ourselves across kind of multiple channels to continue kind of sparking those reminders for individuals. So we had a dedicated web page which had almost 7,000 views throughout the consultation period, 11 social media posts which reached an estimate of 29,000 people, and you probably noticed that media outlets were extremely active throughout the consultation with approximately 20 news articles, and that reached an estimated 179,000 people. So in terms of the demographics, you'll notice the majority of responders are female at 64%, which is quite consistent with what we usually see. Looking at age, we did manage to get a nice spread here across all age brackets. It's always quite difficult to reach the under 18s, but we did achieve a good response for those in the 18 to 29 bracket. For ethnicity, for those who responded, 82% selected Pakeha, and 12% Māori, and plus 4% for Māori Pakeha. And then fewer than 3% of those were Asian, Pacific peoples, Middle Eastern, African, or Latin American. And again, these are usually quite hard to reach ethnicities. The majority of responders were located in Gonville, followed by Wanganui East at 13%, St John's Hill, and then Aramoho and Wanganui Central. And then finally, we'd asked submitters how they were connected to Wanganui. And the majority of those stated that they lived here in Wanganui, which is really close to 100%. Half of responders are ratepayers, and a large portion work in Wanganui, and only a minor amount were visiting in the district at the time of submission. So I'll pass on to Elise.
Thank you, Robin. So now we'll start to move through the consultation questions. So we'll start with the striking the balance questions. Now, these were not formal consultation questions. They were more about giving an indication of the community's preference. So I will just... Oh, sorry, I did want to note before, just in terms of transparency, before I move to the slides, that some responders said that the drag function, so this was a sliding scale, wasn't working for them. We did do multiple tests to check this both before and during the launch, and we got over 1,000 responses. So we do want to note it as a limitation, but overall we don't think it will impact because of the number. So what this graph here shows was there was a sliding scale between at the low end reduce and close more services to get the rates lower, and at the high end keep more services open but see a higher rates rise. So this was again, it's not a formal question asking people to tick an option or a box. This was really just about getting an indication of where the community was landing. And the most common response was at the 50% mark, and the average was 53%. And as you'll see from the graph, it shows a moderate or a small preference for that middle ground, slightly above the middle ground there. However, when we look at the long-term investment graph, this one looks a little bit different. So on the scale, you can see at the low end, it was make the lowest possible investment in our core infrastructure and long-term projects. So not many people selected that. And then at the high end, increase investment in core infrastructure and long-term projects to future-proof Wanganui. So as you can see with that one, there was a much higher number of people who were more towards the top of that scale. Okay. So if there aren't any questions, we will move on to service cuts and the specific consultation items. Oh, sorry, no, actually, this is, we also asked a question just around what other service cuts the community would like us to look at. So this is a summary slide, essentially, of the main themes and the main areas where the community felt there was opportunity to go further. That said, a lot of people also use this question to list why they oppose service cuts and why they didn't think they were good. So you can read there that the main themes were around activities and services for families or our unemployed community, activities for young people, the need to continue to support economic growth even during tough times, and to the further slide around long-term infrastructure, people wanting to see that the council is sustainable and financially resilient over the long term, and concerns of short-term impacts versus long-term. So many of the service cut comments which were up in the earlier slide have already been factored into the efficiency savings. As mentioned, there's 1 million efficiency savings already baked into the budget, and Robin listed some of those items before, so I won't re-list them, but as you can see on the screen, there's a number of items around management, around salaries, and rationalisation. There's also been a reduction in the wages and salary budget by 6% as a savings target through the vacancy management program. So reduction in staff is already included in the budget. As said before, though, there was an overall balance between people who wanted to see service cuts and those who don't want to see service cuts or lose more services. So what officers will do is we will continue to review those suggestions, and they will go through our internal processes that we have. David has established some really robust internal processes for ensuring that any opportunities for efficiency savings are brought up to the executive leadership team, assessed and shared back with the whole council. So just giving our community reassurance that we are fully aware of the times that we're in, and we're operating as efficiently as we can, and always looking for ways in which we can do things better and more efficiently. So I think we will move now. Now we move through. Oh, yes.
Can you put your light on, Philippa? Not working. You just borrow Ross's then. Yeah. Oh, it's on now.
Okay, cool, thank you. Just on the, so for clarification on the 1 million of efficiency savings that were made prior to the LTP consultation.
Sorry, apologies, it's not working for some reason. So it looks like it's working, but it's not coming up here. So see how that one goes.
Yeah, just like to get some clarification, please, on the service, the 1 million of service cuts, efficiencies, 1 million of efficiency savings that were decided prior to the LTP, consultation. My recollection is that did include the 200,000 cut to the Sargent Gallery operational budget. And I guess my question is that correct?
Through you, Worship, first of all, I just want to clarify there's a difference between the efficiency savings targets, which is a management-led process to find efficiencies from our overhead and back office functions. The cuts that you're referring to were the non-significant service level cuts that were presented at a council meeting just after Christmas. And you are correct, that included a reduction of $200,000, I think the figure was, from memory, from the draft budget for the Sargent Gallery as it was at the time.
And sorry, quite honestly, David, can you remind us, was there, that was a decision-making process, there were resolutions made, and we've made that decision, because I guess my question now is in regard to, we had a submission from the chair of the trust, really around that issue, and I think we've got some councillor resolution to come that includes making a change to that decision.
Yeah. So yes, I can confirm that was done as a decision report and resolutions were passed. So council has already made that decision. That said, though, there's nothing stopping you making a new resolution if any of you want to table a motion that would have that effect.
But so for clarity again, within 6 months, wouldn't that require 75% of elected members to do that?
Through you, Your Worship, I think you're right, but I'm going to just take time when we get to a break. I'll double check my standing orders and confirm, just because we're down our democracy advisors at the moment. I think you're correct, but I'll make sure.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Excuse me. Just a quick question. I was pondering on the number of submissions we'd had from Gonville and thinking about, was it a particular issue that drove people to be engaged? Is there anything, like the Gonville Library, is there anything we can tell from the data that would support that notion? That it is a particular issue that engages people and then they get engaged with the rest of the process?
I think that's correct. For the most part, people are interested in issues in their local neighbourhood. They're interested in services that they use. Certainly, I think it's a correct assumption that Gonville was likely quite engaged because of that. We did host an engagement event in Gonville alongside, well, we didn't host it, sorry. We joined the Stone Soup community event there. That said, we haven't done a specific analysis of Gonville results. I would also note that Gonville is one of the largest suburbs, so that is probably the most important point there.
A few factors, but thanks for answering the question. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll get into the consultation analysis. So this first question was about understanding comfort levels with selling assets. So we do want to reiterate that this question was intended to get a sense of where the community was at. It was not intended to cover consultation on asset sales in their entirety. So these are the results. As you can see, there was a very strong response for option 1, which was to sell 16 million worth of assets to repay debt, noting we would return to the community with specifics on which assets could be sold. And that was baked into the 10.6% rates rise. And then a smaller number, 16% saying no asset sales, and just 13% don't know, and 9% something else. So we will discuss these responses. So option one, the main themes were around reducing burden on ratepayers, and a lot of comments around which assets are going to be sold and what's the consultation process. Under option two, no assets, the views were this is a short-term sort of solution. It doesn't help us long-term. Quite a lot of concerns around the types of assets, particularly concern around whether reserves would be sold, and the need to maintain the assets that we have. And again, quite a lot of people in this category saying, well, we don't know which assets, so therefore we can't say for sure. And something else, quite a bit in here again around which assets, why is it 16 million specifically, the need to bring iwi hapu into those conversations from the start, desire to exclude reserves and open spaces, exclude housing, exclude sports facilities, or on the flip side, a desire to see particular assets sold. And quite a bit of concern around the consultation process, and different requests around how the consultation process should be run for that. So while there was a large proportion of respondents who were in favour of the concept of selling assets to offset debt, there was a clear desire for visibility in which assets were to be sold, which was always the process. And so the response is that we think we need to take more time on this to develop the process, identifying, confirming, consulting on which assets may be sold, and going through a thorough process. So with the purchase of the commercial properties recently, we now have the option to generate revenue off those to reduce rates rather than rely on asset sales. As such, the recommendation has been changed, and officers are now recommending that we remove the 16 million asset sales from the long-term plan budget, but include an additional 450 of revenue for each year of the LTP. So a change in approach from what was in the consultation document. Happy to take questions, otherwise we will keep moving through as we have about 20 items to go.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. So we'll go to Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just want some clarification that just because this is being removed from the long-term plan budget, that doesn't mean that we can't sell assets in the future. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Kate.
So mine's a follow-on from that, really. So in terms of rationalising our portfolio, because there will be assets that are not helpful in terms of return and not perhaps particularly valued by the community, for example, what piece of work, should that recommendation pass, what piece of work will be in the team's plan about just really, looking at the overall portfolio and tidying it up and getting the best return or not?
Through your worship, so we are in the process of employing a commercial property manager whose core focus is going to be increasing the performance of the property portfolio. The first piece of work that's already underway is pulling together a full inventory of all of our commercial property, and then ranking it based on its financial returns and its performance. And then that is going to allow us to make some strategic decisions around if you are going to sell underperforming assets, which are the ones that you would prioritise, so that we can lift the performance of the overall portfolio because it's got huge potential that has that could offset a lot of rates in the future if we're able to be successful with this.
And then any discussion further from that would come back to council?
Yes, absolutely. So
And possibly
officers,
consultation.
yeah, officers don't have the authority to sell property without coming back to council for a decision.
Thank you.
Councillor Peter, no, you're off. Back to Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. So this is a question around buildings that might be occupied by community groups that may be concerned about this conversation. So could I just have some commentary on if these community assets are treated any differently from commercial?
Through you, Worship, yes, one of the things that we're doing is, as we go through our property, categorising it as whether it's purely commercial or whether its purpose is for public good to support community groups, and its primary purpose isn't profit-making motive, so that we can treat the two separately.
Great, thank you.
Right, no further questions. Back to you, Elise.
Okay, I'll hand over to Robin.
Okay, so from this point onwards was the proposition for the service cut. So the first on the list was the Davis Library. The preferred option was to close the library for 1 day during the week, and then option 2 was to close for 1 day on the weekend, and option 3 was to keep the Davis libraries as they are. So the results are that 2/3 chose to close Davis Library for 1 day during the week, with a third opting to keep the Davis Library days and hours as they are, with only 8% saying that they would like it closed for 1 day on the weekend. So the themes that sat behind that, and it's important to note that if we didn't provide specific counts for these themes, but anything that's mentioned higher up the list, there was more people that mentioned that. So there is some sort of kind of logic behind how they were placed. So for closing 1 day during the week, it doesn't need to be open for 7 days. It's more important to be open on the weekend. I feel like people will adjust to that change. And on all options, people were saying that there should be some sort of consideration with the other libraries as well, and having some sort of planned together. And some parts of the community don't need a physical location, and accessing limitations to the library itself, so just kind of parking in that area. Closing 1 day during the weekend, as noted, this wasn't popular, but for those that did select that, they did feel that closing on the weekend will have a smaller impact than on the weekday. And then those who noted that keeping days and hours as they are, it was mostly kind of leaning into how important libraries are and to the community, and the positive impact that it has throughout. So it's an essential service. It's going to have an impact on community well-being. It's vital to specific people within our community, such as children, provides digital accessibility, important for the ageing population, etc. Something else, so there were a few kind of suggestions provided. One was to cut or change the hours of the staff numbers, and this should actually just be a temporary measure only and should be readdressed further down the line, and concerns about how this might impact on staff. And then other suggestions were charging for book charges or for library cards, and attracting more ticketed events, etc. So, so all in all, the kind of overview and conclusion to that is those supporting generally felt that others could adjust to the closure of Davis Library, for those choosing option 1 or 2. Those who opposed closing the library, they highlighted the kind of vulnerable communities and how important this is to them. And it's not just about getting access to books, it's more than that. It's more of a community hub. And yeah, others felt that the savings here were trivial to the impact that it would actually have on the community. So some of the suggestions that were noted, one was to reduce hours on one or more days rather than closing it altogether, and this option has been explored by officers, and overall it was noted that this would actually have a minimised impact to staff and library users. So this is something that has been looked at, and it will result in $10,000 less of a saving if we went with our initial preferred option. Some users who suggested charging for library cards or books, the response to that is it's not actually a legal option, so legally we're not able to do this. But also it's not a practical option either. We do already charge for bestsellers, so there is already some sort of user payment system there, but other than that, it's not viable. So based on that, we have changed our recommendation for this one to close 1 hour early each weekday and 2 hours earlier on Saturday. And the base of this recommendation is that the last hour of each weekday and the last 2 hours on Saturday are quieter than other times. So it will impact fewer customers than closing for a full weekday during the week. Though the majority were in support for closing during one day in the week, it was really clear that closing for a full day will impact our community negatively. So we wanted to address that. And closing one day during the week, as mentioned before, it will result in a $10,000 less of a cost saving. So instead of $43,000 per annum, it will be $35,000 per annum. Are there any questions?
Yeah. Thank you. Can you just state what the library hours will be under this policy? Thank you.
10 till 5. 10 till 5 on the weekday and then 10 till 3 on the Saturday.
Okay. So it was till 6 o'clock. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Michael.
Are we able to get the numbers per hour spread over the week so we can evaluate that?
That's in the report, I believe. Oh, no, it's in the, that's been sent to elected members.
I read my reports.
Yeah.
I'll look for that, thank you.
Yeah, and we can share that as needed.
Yep.
Yep. Any other questions on the library?
No? Okay. Next question. Thank you.
Okay, this will be a relatively big topic to cover, and I may invite Marion to come up. We'll just see how we go. So, as elected members are aware, we presented the two options of close or invest in the pool. We did also give people the opportunity to say don't know or provide something else, and I do want to say I think the something else question, as you can see so far, has really been considered, and in the something else where people have given other suggestions, these have been reviewed and considered, and I want to acknowledge that. So in terms of how people responded to this, a 35% said close the pool, 48% wanted the investment, and 9% said don't know, and 9% said something else. So as just mentioned, we will do a bit of a deeper dive into that something else. Before we get there, we have also provided the data for how people responded based on their suburbs. Unfortunately, that's very small for you. Actually, I will note what we'll do is we'll make this presentation available online as well, but for those listening, all of the content in this presentation is in the report that you have, so you will be able to view this in the report as well. So just to point out a few suburbs, on the furthest left is Aramoho, and there was a majority to invest in the upgrade. Then I'll go to the third one, Castle Cliff. There was a majority to close the pool. Next, Jury Hill, majority to invest. Gonville, a very slight majority to invest in the pool. Springvale, again, a very slight majority to invest. St John's Hill, majority to close. Wanganui Central quite a large majority to invest, and then that one sticking up the highest, as to be expected, is Wanganui East, with a very large percentage in favour of investing. So in terms of option 1, to close the pool, a lot in here, but in summary, this was really about the costs and the ongoing costs to maintain it, the fact that it was in quite poor condition, and that there was keenness to see a pool in a more central location, or to invest in the existing splash centre area for an outdoor pool rather than Wanganui East. And there were some concerns around the feasibility study as well, which we'll discuss in a bit. Invest in the pool. So a lot in here about the importance of swimming, preventing drownings, swim safety, concerns that people would swim in the awa if the pool closes, the importance to the local community in Wanganui East and the demographic, that there are transport restrictions for particularly kids in Wanganui East to get to the splash centre, and financial restrictions for them. The importance of the outdoor facility, a lot of people noting, on those really hot summer days, how they really enjoy having a barbecue outside with their families at the Wanganui East pool, and a keenness to see and invest in what we already have rather than a rebuild, and that, again, questions around the feasibility study and costs, and questions around whether smaller improvements could be made. I think that's probably in summary. What we did do, because there was quite a lot in this something else, was we have done a specific breakdown for this question there. So as you can see, it was similar themes in terms of people wanting to keep it open at least until the feasibility study is complete, or fundraise, seek sponsorship, increase revenue through other means, keep it open with a minimal investment, and then a smaller number of people in the something else wanting to close it and don't do the feasibility study or something else. So in the report, there is quite a lot of information and detail in there around the usage of the pool, around a recent strategic leisure compliance report that found 5 main issues with the pool, around filtration and entrapment issues, the diving board, the pool heating, and pool management. So there's quite a bit in there. And as mentioned before, there were quite a few comments around the feasibility study and the costs of it and what that would involve. So the officer response was that the feasibility study would investigate current provision across the entire aquatic network in the district, gathering information on a variety of factors, and recommend future provision and solutions to those current challenges just presented in the previous slide. And also of importance to note, since the consultation document was drafted and those costs, those operating costs, were put in at 250, they have now increased to 360 due to a number of factors, such as a number of recent safety incidents that happened over the summer, the need for increased staffing, and meeting those health and safety requirements. So I'm moving through relatively quickly, but I will ask Maz to come up if she wants to. Another suggestion was around an aquatic strategy being completed first. Currently, as the budgets are, there's no budget to operate the pool in the next season. So if a study was to be completed, decision will still need to be made whether to operate the pool in the meantime or remain closed until such study is completed. It was questioned why the pool cannot remain open for a season while the feasibility study takes place. If the pool was to remain open, there still is a maintenance program required to meet those health and safety standards. It includes remedial work to all of the pools and the additional staffing resourcing that we've just mentioned. So, based on the information provided, where the officers have landed on this is to recommend closing the Wanganui East pool and not completing the feasibility study for the following reasons. There have been previous reviews undertaken by independent bodies of the pool. There was a strategic leisure report in 2014 and the watershed report in 2022, both of which acknowledge the ongoing issues and the current state of the near 100-year-old outdoor pool. There has been little maintenance done on the pool in recent years, and it continues to leak and remains non-compliant with standards. The ongoing costs to maintain an ageing facility are high, and as we can see, they will continue to increase. The findings shared from a Sport New Zealand draft national aquatic strategy has identified that the aquatic sector is facing ever-increasing challenges, including maintaining existing ageing network, meeting increasing demand from the growing and ageing population, adapting to those changes within the community, and the ongoing costs of both capital and operational costs, as well as the environmental changes. In general, the aquatic sports and lane swimming is adequately supplied, and through this report said there wasn't an evident need for more major event pools, particularly 50 metres. And it also contained a regional analysis on aquatic provision within Wanganui, noting that it has the highest surplus of aquatic provision per 1,000 residents in New Zealand. So, quite a lot there to digest. I want to acknowledge these, as we've said before, these are officer recommendations. We are aware there will be further councillor recommendations coming through, or ones that have already come through, and those will be well and thoroughly debated tomorrow. So I know this topic is incredibly difficult for many. I would like to encourage you, as Andrew said, that this is the time for further questions, and we will allow plenty of time for the resolutions and debate tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, Elise. Yeah, this is one of the big topics, so if not the biggest. So it's certainly most emotive when I say that. So look, I'll go to questions. Councillor Rob.
Thank you. Further information required before the deliberations. First of all, can the two reports, the strategic leisure report and the watershed report, be circulated, please?
Yes.
And also, a link to it would be advisable, I think, on the council website. I think that's pretty helpful to the public. The other information required is the 360,000 officers' estimate next year, a full breakdown of what that is. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Marion's just said that breakdown of 360 is in the report that you've just got. I know you probably haven't had time to read it. And the other two reports will be shared and we can link to them.
I'm just reading it here. It's not on that section.
Oh, sorry. It was in the additional information sent to elected members as well. So that question was asked and we shared that information with you.
Okay. Does that come out in an email or something?
Yeah.
Excel document.
Okay. Thank you.
We can also share that information publicly as well. So
yeah, I think it's pretty important public information, the cost of this.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, good questions. Thank you. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you. With regard to the graphs, 35% in favour of closing and 48% to keep it. In relation to the don't knows and the something else, I've been through all these, as I'm sure you have. Wouldn't it be fair to say that the number of people, the submitters who actually want to keep it open, are included in that? Wouldn't that be better reflected in the ones who want to keep it open?
What, as I said at the start, what we have done is provide you the graph as it shows through the survey data results. We do not take a position to move people out of boxes. However, we have provided you with this overlay of something else, and as you can see, there's a majority in that who wish to keep it open. Yep. So that would add to the majority who already wish to keep it open. So I think it's fair to say overall there is a majority of people in Whanganui who wanted to see it open in some form.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you. I have two questions. I understand that the feasibility study will investigate current provision across the entire aquatic network. I get that. The two previous reports, 213, 214, and the problems that were highlighted in those reports, they're 10 years old. Do we have a record of how those matters were addressed or they were not addressed, and the pool has continued for 10 years with those deficiencies? I'm not clear on that. That's question one.
Marion will come and talk to that detail, but the two reports were 2014 and 2022.
22?
Yeah.
Success. The strategic leisure one was done back in, that was the 2022, I think. 2013, 14. So from that, I don't have the exact figures, which I can get. That was when the operation of it was not under council, and a recommendation, I believe, in the long-term plan at that date was around closure again. And that review led into, I think it was around 350,000 to be spent on the pool over 3 years. So there was some maintenance done over that period. The 2022 one was the watershed one. That was an asset condition one specifically on the Whanganui East pool.
Thank you. You might cop the second question. Second question is that in the other considerations section, Elise, it mentioned the increase from 250 to 360, and in the last sentence it says why that goes up by 110 for next year, and it says, and I think they all refer to the exact same thing, due to a number of factors including safety incidents at the pool, the need for increased staffing, health and safety requirements. Can I interpret that to mean that extra $110,000 is for staffing due to purely some antisocial behaviour directed towards our staff?
Yes.
Thank you.
It is an increase in staffing and some safety considerations we need to put in around the entrance and things like that to protect staff.
Thank you.
Councillor Kate.
Thank you. As I recall, Tanya King, when she submitted to us, and I think I recall this right, thought that the feasibility report could be completed within, months, not years. Is that your? Can you confirm that?
It certainly wouldn't be years. It would be something we would look to partner with probably Sport New Zealand or an aquatic specialist. So they normally do take a few months, but certainly not years.
It would be inside, this year in 2024. Should we take that decision?
Potentially, yes.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. I just would ask that the total budget for our swimming pool activity be shared with all councillors. I don't think they had that, so that they understand, and that has the whole year 1 to 10 of the LTP, which currently excludes the Whanganui East pool figures in it, just so they see the full budget. The previous years obviously included that activity. I just think that would be useful for everybody to understand what we're currently paying on pools and what we've budgeted to pay the Whanganui for the Springbell pool. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rob, another question?
No.
Okay, Councillor Philippa, I'm not sure whether your microphone's working or not, but
I think it might be now.
it is.
Yeah,
Great.
thank you. There's two questions. Thank you. And just in regard to the Sport New Zealand Draft National Aquatic Strategy, the comment in particular around them pretty much, yeah, saying that in the regional analysis on aquatic provision, Whanganui noted as having the highest surplus of aquatic provision per 1,000 residents. Could we have, if not the whole, could we have that, the analysis of that or the part of that provided to us? I just think residents will be kind of surprised, or, you know, and I think we need to understand that.
Yeah, I can't at the moment. That was shared in confidence with us from Sport New Zealand. So they're certainly, I've been having conversations with them on next steps, depending on the decision goes. So it was a draft strategy. So I think once they finalise it, absolutely, it will be public. They just shared the analysis on the actual provision across New Zealand. But certainly when I can, I will.
It's just, okay, I appreciate that. But in regard to, so are they just talking pools? Are they talking our current open pools? The two pools that we have open. One full year, one for part of the year in the summer, the pet open. They're not talking the river, they're not talking the sea.
No, they're not. They're looking at it. It includes all pools, so school pools and community pools. The only thing it excludes are private pools that residents have.
Sorry, Philip, you're going to have to borrow a microphone. Can you borrow Ross's, Councillor Ross's?
Okay, I'm right again, apologies. And just the second thing, just for, can we just get some clarity, although some might not think it's related, but just a brief question, you don't have to answer what you want to, but in regard to, well, we're looking at what at the moment the preferred option is to, well, it doesn't really matter, there's the two options, but has the payment of fee issue been resolved for Whanganui East School?
No.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you. In preparing the $360,000 estimate, did you give any consideration to the extra security required being from a voluntary sector? Or any voluntary input into the Whanganui East Pool at all?
No, I'm not really sure how that would work.
So if some of the staffing and security aspects were voluntary, it could reduce that 360.
We couldn't have voluntary staffing when we've got to have qualified lifeguards. So the staffing is around the lifeguards.
But security is not like Maori wardens, for instance, or whatever. You know, they can do a job there that's required. And there are many in the voluntary sector who would offer their time for that sort of activity at the pool.
I guess my concern would be we're putting them at risk. So, you know, the physical assaults on staff is one thing. I don't want to have a member of the public volunteering who is then physically assaulted. So there's a lot of health and safety concerns to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So there's no further questions. So thank you. We've got one more item after this. We're going to have a small break after the
Okay, thank you. So we'll keep moving through to the next question. So this is the Repertory Theatre question. So the options, there were three options put up for the Repertory: close the theatre for demolition, and that was baked into council's budgets. Oh, I do just want to make a comment on the council having put up preferred options. I did want to state that this is a requirement of us, and we are audited on this, and we must state our preferred option. So I know a number of people in the community have said, why have you done that, or you've unduly influenced. I think we would all love not to have to do that. However, that is something that we are required to do in all these cases. So that option one was the preferred option. Option two was to invest in the stabilisation of the bank, so the building could then be sold. Or option three was to invest in stabilisation, demolish the existing building and build a new theatre. So these are the results. As you can see, the most commonly supported option was option one, to close the theatre for demolition. followed by option 2, invest in the permanent stabilisation of the bank. So in case you can't read it, option 1 says 46%, option 2 32, and then quite a small number there for the full investment at 7%, and again quite a large number, 9% in the don't know, 9% in the don't know and 7% in something else. So we have read those as well and will provide an additional overlay. In terms of option 1, those who were in favour of closing the theatre, these were mainly around the opportunity for cost savings, the ongoing cost to maintain, fix the building and the bank being too high, and the feeling that while this was highly valued by the theatre group, that there was a relatively small group of residents who will use it and benefit, that there are other facilities to use in the district and the opportunity for groups to join up, and that the current facility is not up to a appropriate standard. A lot of people really did want to acknowledge, even though they had ticked to close the theatre, they wanted to acknowledge that there is still a need to provide some facilities for the group, and it was more about the building and the fact that there was an ongoing cost with buildings of that age and in that state. And even while some people ticked close, they also wanted to see the facade kept, and or they wanted to see it close but also hand back to the community theatre group. So there's a mix in there. Those who wanted to see investment in the bank acknowledged the theatre group and the need to continue to provide facilities for them. A number of people in this actually wanted both an investment in maintaining the existing building and stabilising the bank. A lot of people here noted the heritage value of the building as Wanganui's first library, part of the Wanganui culture. A number of people wanted to demolish it but keep the facade, and again a call here to gift it to the theatre group or something similar. And in terms of invest, these were about noting that those who used it felt that they needed something a bit smaller, a bit more intimate than the Opera House, and that they felt it was important in terms of history and heritage and the community group to retain a community size theatre, and specifically of this size and nature. As mentioned, there was quite a bit in the something else, so just very broadly, about 2/3 of the something else wanted the building retained, whether it was sold or kept in council ownership. 1/3 wanted the bank retained, and 1/3 wanted the property sold or transferred out of council ownership. So those again are an additional layer to the results, and those in that something else gave very similar comments to the other categories around the value of the community asset. And a few suggestions about just keeping it until the renovations on the Opera House are complete, and or seeking the private sponsorship, and or selling it. So there's a whole mix of things in there. I think the kind of broad takeaway is that there is probably quite a division in terms of what people want to see, and quite a mix of views in here. So I don't want to present this as a black and white, close it, keep it. The community's views on all these questions were relatively diverse. There were a number of queries about the demolition of the building, and the officers have responded, and they have said there is a risk that the council may not be able to demolish the building. There is a process to go through because it requires resource consent. The assessing planner will decide on the process, and the theatre's been assessed, and the facade is what is of unique heritage value. And there's a bit of detail there. I'm not a planner, So I will not try to explain this. I will invite Sarah and other people who are more experienced in this area. But the point of this is there is a process to go through in order to demolish it, and that has a clear process independent to council. And Sarah may want to add some more points there.
Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you. I'm not a planner either, but the advice that we have received from our planning team is that it will, generally speaking, go one of two ways if demolition is the choice that we take. The first is a notified consent, resource consent, and the second is a non-notified consent. It would probably be fair to say that it will most likely go down the notified consent pathway. In either scenario, non-notified or notified, we would outsource the planning work because we will be the applicant. So it's not appropriate for us to also be the assessor, the planning assessor of that process. If it is notified, it would be expected to be a general notification, so it wouldn't be a narrow notification, go to a broader set of the community rather than a narrow set of the community. And Elise did touch on, it isn't a heritage building, it has, as a point of distinction, it has heritage value in the facade.
Okay. Thank you. Any other additions to your presentation?
So I might just round it off with the officer recommendation. So based on the information provided at this stage, the officers recommend option 1, closing the theatre and demolishing it for the following reasons. The current building is no longer considered fit for purpose. There are significant repairs and costs needed to maintain the building over the long term, and there are other venues available for the theatre groups. However, in addition to the options listed, we've also put up the option to sell the building to the Repertory Theatre Group, which will require investment to stabilise the bank. So that is effectively the same as option 2.
Right, great, thank you. Question from Councillor Ross. Thank you.
I failed to ask this question a few days ago. I apologise. If we were able to sell the Repertory Theatre to that group, the embankment at the back would have to be dealt with. It would have to be stabilised or sloped out. So there would be an expense to council because it is encroaching on the building. That's my understanding. We have to do something if we give it to the Repertory Theatre. So my question is, and it may be for them to worry about it, if it goes to the Repertory Theatre, let's just say for a nominal $1, and at some point they cannot meet the building warrant of fitness, which means the building can't be occupied, then they are left with, if they can't fundraise to fix it, are they then left potentially down the road with the demolition at their own cost?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, it's I'm used to that one
essentially,
just going straight
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just leave it on. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. Look, I just want to correct a statement made by the officer, if that's okay. The officer stated that it wasn't a heritage building. Can I just correct that and say it is a heritage building? It was Wanganui's first library, built in 1882. But the heritage element listed on the district plan is just the facade that's left. Okay, I think that's just an important distinction.
So can I just clarify that? The facade is heritage.
The facade is registered as having heritage value on the district plan.
Okay.
There is different categories, and you can, so if you take any building, different parts of it can have more importance, if you like, And so the facade of that building is registered on the district plan as being important, and that is what would trigger the resource consent being publicly notified if you wanted to demolish. So it is still a heritage building. It was built, but there's just been lots of additions to it, which has sort of devalued the overall building's overall heritage value when you want to get technical.
Okay,
All right?
thank you. Thank you for that
you.
clarification. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Just a question, and maybe not for you, Sarah, but you might be good for it. Just a question around the demolition versus the retaining and the accounting treatment. Would one be, for demolition, is that an operating cost? And retaining, is that a capital account, i.e. is it funded from debt rather than rating?
Mike?
Through your worship, I can probably jump in on this one. Demolition costs are typically treated as an operating cost because there's no asset. Building the retaining wall, you obviously have the new wall as an asset, so it would be a capital cost. Whether it's debt funded or not is, we've still got some discretion in that.
So can we just clarify what's in the budget at the moment in terms of the demolitions in there as an operating cost and would be rated for, but the retaining,
So the preferred option is that we proceed with the demolition, so the costs that are in the budget match that option.
Can I clarify that later, because often how we classify it is different, as they've said.
Sorry, Mike, could you come to the, because this is for the...
Apologies. Can I clarify that later on of how it's actually funded? Because while that may be capital or operational in nature, sometimes we do debt fund operating expenditure if it's lumpy in nature.
yes, okay, thank you, that clarification would be great, thank you.
Great. All right. So there are no further questions. Look, we're going to take a break now, if that's okay. My suggestion is that we are back at 11:25. It's we'll make it. Sorry, we'll make it 11:30 because we'll make it 11:30 if that's okay. Because by the so I think lunch. We're aiming for 1 by all accounts. But if we finish early, then it'll be earlier. Yeah. So 11:30 on the dot. Great. Thank you. Alison, and thank you for your questions this morning. So we're moving on now to the aviary. Can we shut the door, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew.
Excuse me, we're back into formal proceedings. Thank you.
So we're on to the aviary topic. We're still in the section around...
Recording in progress.
I'll just repeat that. We're on to the aviary question, and we are still in the section around service cuts. Now, I just want to provide a short introduction to this item. As we're all aware, the council consulted on this issue in its annual plan last year and asked the community if the aviary should be closed or kept, and if it was to be kept, what level of investment it should receive. The community feedback from that consultation was strongly in support of retaining and improving the aviary. Since then, the council has made some improvements, such as reducing the bird numbers, changing feeding schedules, providing enrichment and improved veterinary services for the birds. However, in the context of increasing costs and the need to keep our rates lower, we did put this option back on the table for the community to consider before the council makes more significant and costly improvements to the aviary. So the two main options put up were close the aviary and keep the aviary, and we also, as with the other questions, allowed people to tick something else or that they were unsure. Here is the result from the SurveyMonkey responses. On this, you can see, based on the options provided, 44% ticked close, 42% elected to keep it open, and 9% said something else. So we will do a deeper dive there into the something else category, in particular on this one, as you can see, the results are fairly close. But again, I do want to reiterate that this is certainly not a referendum. This is about getting a sense of the community's views. So for option one, these things are very similar to what we heard through the consultation last year, that the current aviary is not appropriate, not fit for purpose. Birds shouldn't be caged. It would be better to close the aviary and enhance the overall area. So this could look like gardens or some other facility up at the lake. The costs are too high to maintain the aviary. So throughout all of the options, there were a lot of comments around the costs, so we will talk to that a bit. Keep the aviary open, again, very similar to what we heard last year. It's family friendly, it's free, it's an asset for locals and visitors, and that it has been supported through community feedback, and there may be other ways to bring the costs down. So there may be opportunities to get volunteers, to seek sponsorship, to seek privatisation, to seek business support, donation boxes, etc. So for those who elected something else, as you can see, the majority of those wanted to keep the aviary. However, they wanted to see a change in some form of how it was operating. So whether that be getting volunteers or seeking some investment or selling it, generating income in some ways or charging. Overall, there was a desire to keep it, but to see the costs come down in some way. And a smaller number who wanted it to be fully upgraded and see a large investment in it. So many submitters, as already mentioned, did comment on the costs for the council, and that council should consider volunteers or business sponsorship to lower these costs. The management response to this is the operation of the aviary was previously based on a small number of staff. The low-level resource put into that is seen as being the root cause in terms of the issues that were highlighted in the independent review we received last year. It was noted that if we were to continue on a low level of resourcing, that those animal welfare issues would still be of concern, and that the management view is that there is a need for qualified staff with veterinary capabilities, etc. And the other suggestion around getting a group of volunteers, the management response to that is in order for it to be viable, it will need to be a well-established group that needs to be identified, and officers will require time to work through it. So it's not saying it's not impossible, it certainly is possible, but that step would be take time to work through, to find the group, to set up the arrangements so that council isn't responsible for the health and safety requirements if it's handed over to another entity. Also, just as this question came up a few times, the cost of closing the aviary will be close to $20,000 for demolition. So based on the information provided, the current officer recommendation is to close the aviary. The reasons mean council is facing significant cost pressures, and this is seen as an area where costs can be saved. And without that ongoing operational and capital investment, the aviary will not meet an acceptable standard, as was detailed in the report provided to council last year. Happy to take questions.
Right, go to Councillor Charlie.
I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but are the cockatoos still there or are they gone?
They are still there. They are. Yep.
Councillor Ross.
Yeah, I'm not sure who to address this question to. If the aviary could be given to an appropriate organisation or handed over to them for their care, based on the report regarding the need for education, the need for disability access and the need for flight improvement for some of the species, would there be an expectation under animal welfare that whichever group takes it on and that cost, that they would be required to do those three aspects? Or would we be simply passing over the aviary to another group and ignoring the report recommendations and associated costs?
Sarah will come up to answer that. Might take a few seconds for the microphone to work.
Folks, I've just had a request that people speak really loudly into their microphones. A lot of people are not hearing. You are fine and I'm fine, but quite a few are quite soft, so we need to lift the volume.
Okay, so the message is bring your microphone right up to you and speak loudly. Thank you.
Thank you. So
I didn't say two, I said just, that's all right. You'll be loud and clear.
It would be my expectation that if we were to proceed down identifying a community group or a voluntary-based group, that we would have a duty of care to require that group to consider and implement the changes that were suggested in the report that we received last year.
And if they could not or did not, then it would come back to us.
I don't have the answer to that question, but David might.
Through your worship, I think this is more of an ethical question rather than a legal one. I think from an ethical point of view, we would want to be confident that we were handing over the aviary to a group that had the animals' welfare front of mind, and certainly we would hand over the report and all of the recommendations for their information so that they were aware of the findings. But thereafter, if they fail in their duty of care towards animal welfare standards, that's an issue for them as a group, and I don't see a way that it would come back to council.
All right, thank you. There are no further questions, so...
Okay, so next we've got the Main Street hanging baskets, where option 1 was to remove the baskets and option 2 was to keep the baskets. So the results are that the majority chose to keep the baskets at 47%, with 39% saying that they'd opt to remove. But you can see there that quite a big chunk of people also said something else as well, and that's at 10% with 150 respondents. So for those who chose to remove the hanging baskets, the key themes here was that the costs of them were quite high, and they're kind of seen as a nice to have in the grand scheme of things when we're cutting services. A lot of people commented on the look of the hanging baskets and how they've actually kind of deteriorated over time. And others saying that they'd like to see the burden on general rates to be reduced, and some of the other options kind of come through the something else as well. For those opting to keep the hanging baskets, it really kind of highlighted how unique they are to Wanganui, and I'm not sure how true it is, but quite a lot of people were saying that this is something that was done in Wanganui, or one of the first districts anyway, to implement these hanging baskets. So, and other districts have followed suit since then, seeing how pleasing to the eye they are. So a lot of people not wanting to kind of lose that the kind of look and feel that it gives to Wanganui, and how it kind of makes Wanganui Wanganui. Of the something else, there was a lot of other options put forward. For example, making adjacent businesses pay for them, seeking sponsorship, designing it so it requires less maintenance, in the likes of using different plants, keep some and remove some, and using kind of a volunteer approach to manage them. So the kind of overarching themes that had come through in responses to those is we had a really consistent message that that these baskets are valued and that the community don't want to lose them. And in a response to a couple of the kind of key things that kind of came through was in terms of exploring the reduction of the burden on ratepayers. And based on that, we have looked at retaining summer baskets only as a possible option. And then there was also the suggestion of making businesses in that adjacent area to pay for the upkeep of those. In response to that, it's not actually widely known this is already in effect. So there's a 50-50 split between the general ratepayers and the CBD rate. But there is a possibility to adjust that as well. So we'll move on to that shortly. But based on the responses that we had received, our recommendation is to retain the hanging flower baskets. As noted, in addition to this, there is the opportunity to adjust that funding split between businesses and the residential ratepayers, and or to retain the summer baskets only. And our preferred option is to adjust the funding split for 75% to the CBD ratepayer and 25% to the general ratepayer. So that's the hanging flower baskets. Were there any questions in relation to that?
Councillor Rob.
Thank you. There's a comment in the paper here from General Manager of Springvale Garden Centre, Gareth Carter, about the quality of the baskets, and there's new information, as Sarah knows, about improving the quality, and I just wonder whether that could be distributed to councillors and be available when we discuss this at the deliberations, please. It's an approach from Frank Bristol and Terry Dowdswell, who are very well known.
Okay, that's not a question, but we'll take that as an action anyway. But
yeah,
yep, great.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And the second question is the the cost per ratepayer. The 10.8% proposed increase includes the 93,000, I believe. So can we have the cost per ratepayer if it comes down to an alternative 45,000, please?
Yep,
Okay.
We'll get that across to you.
Yep, thank you. Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you. Is the officer recommendation that we only have summer baskets? It's not, it's just a general comment, we retain baskets.
It's
Yep,
an
thank you,
option.
that's all I wanted to know.
Right, Councillor Peter.
Yes, your preferred option now is to split the cost between the CBD. Has any consultation been done to see if that's their preferred option?
I understand Sarah's had some discussion, is that correct? Or if I can invite one of the ELT members, just to clarify this, and I'll have someone correct me if I'm wrong. The officer recommendation is to retain the hanging flower baskets with a preferred option of changing the split from 50-50 to 75 CBD, 25 general ratepayer.
As stated, we've put $93,000 in the draft budget to bring us to 10.8%. I've approached Des from Main Street to see what their view is of changing the split from 50-50 to 25-75. His feedback is that the board is comfortable if we go to that split. But that's the only consultation we've done, and we certainly don't believe going beyond 75%, you'd need to do further consultation if you went beyond the 25-75% split.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
Oh, I might need Mike to come back, but if it were to go to 75-25 on the business community in under that system, that's an increase of 25% on the businesses. Do they each pay the same fee, or does the fee vary depending on the size of the building? I'd just like to know roughly, if it's possible, what does that mean in dollar terms on those businesses in the street? Because they are our residents and our ratepayers as well. What is the added amount they'll be being asked or directed to come up with?
At a very high level, now, first of all, actually, the split 50-50 or 25-75 between general ratepayer and the CBD targeted rate, the general ratepayer, the rate is allocated based on land value, and the CBD rate, targeted rate, is allocated based on capital value. So this is a very high level average of what it means. At the $93,000, if you the 50-50 split has the average CBD at $157. If you go to 25-75, then it goes from $157 up to $235. For $45,000, if you go to $45,000 cost for the hanging baskets, the 50-50 split sees a CBD targeted rate at $77, and 25-75 goes up to $115. And that's GST inclusive. I can share that spreadsheet if that makes it easier for elected members.
Yeah, if you could share that, that'd be
So in very, very dangerous rough figures, they could be up for an extra $3 a week. No? Under 25.75.
25.75, it's $115 GST inclusive. Of course, they can claim GST back. So about $100 additional the rate would be for them if you put $45,000 in and changed it from 50-50 to 25-75.
Thank you.
But again, I'll share the spreadsheet and it's in there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Rob.
Yeah. Perhaps also, Mike, to get a true picture of this, it should really consider what the CBD levy rate is doing, and perhaps it can be explained that it's coming down, and so rates are reducing in the CBD. I would like to explain one point about the baskets. I think it's important for the deliberations in that businesses do pay extra over and above their rate. Businesses that want more baskets, for instance, will pay a percentage fee. And what we're really concerned about is the contract price How Main Street charge that out after that is it's their promotion, and they will do whatever is necessary. But I think what we're doing in the deliberations is deciding how much we're putting on the rates.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, yeah, no, look, I know that wasn't a question, but I'm happy when there's like Deputy Mayor Helen did before, where around heritage, where the members of the public, we can clarify that some things for them. Yeah, Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. Can we have, is there a rationale for the change in the split, putting more of the cost on to the business owner? Rather than the general ratepayer?
Through you, Worship, I think this is just officers responding to some of the feedback we've received through the submission process, and maybe a perception, whether it's real or otherwise, that the businesses benefit from the presence of the flower baskets as a way of attracting people into the CBD to shop. So given they derive benefit, maybe they should pay a little bit more. It's really simple as that.
Perhaps I can just add to that. How you allocate rates is based largely on your revenue and financing policy, as well as your Section 103 analysis of rates, which is, as David said, whose benefits from that. A revenue and financing policy says that both sectors benefit, and that's why they both have a part of this rates, but it doesn't go down to define how much they benefit from it. So effectively through that policy you have to charge this to both set of ratepayers, but how much you charge is really up to elected members based on the degree of benefits to the individual sectors.
Great, thank you. No further questions, so we'll go to the next item.
Okay. We've moved through the areas where service cuts were proposed, and now we're on to the areas where cuts were not proposed. However, in the context of the rates rises and the economic environment, these items were still put out to the community to see whether there was any desire to see cuts. So, first of all, the New Zealand Glassworks. So this one was slightly different in that it was 3 options were put up. The first one was to keep New Zealand Glassworks but seek a buyer, and that was the council's preferred option. The second one was to keep New Zealand Glassworks in council ownership, so essentially status quo. And the third option was to close the glassworks altogether. This is how the community responded. So as you can see, a large majority wanted to keep the New Zealand Glassworks but seek a buyer, and that was followed by keep New Zealand Glassworks in council ownership, and just a very small number who wanted to close it or we're not sure. Sorry, I'm just going to... So in terms of option 1, keep but seek a buyer, there were a range of views here around it not necessarily being seen as a core council responsibility, the need for it to run as a business and operate for profit, the opportunity to seek a buyer but with conditions. So a lot of people in this category, while they were happy to seek a buyer, they wanted the glassworks to remain in Wanganui and remain in Wanganui management. And they wanted to see those services be available. In terms of keeping in council ownership, similar to option 1, but a strong desire to see the asset retained and managed locally. There were quite a few suggestions around opportunities to offset rates, receive donations, etc. And there was quite a lot of concern around the impact on Wanganui's arts and culture scene and reputation if it was sold, and the loss of local ownership and management. And a very small minority on this one wanted to close it altogether around the value for money primarily and the potential to save costs. And in the something else, again, this was a mix probably of option 1 and option 2, and a sort of, try this, and if that doesn't work, then do that sort of scenarios, as well as quite a emphasis on what are the opportunities to increase revenue and to support more user pays initiatives through the Glassworks. So there was, as mentioned a couple of times, there was a real favour, whatever option was selected, it came through as a real favour to keep this asset in Wanganui and to keep it open to the public to enjoy. And that there may be that opportunity to focus more on user pays. And the management response to that is there is already a significant element of user pays built into the operation of the Glassworks. So there's commission on sales in the gallery, there's income from the workshops and the events, and the artist hiring of the facility. And there were varying viewpoints as well on the feasibility or the viability or the acceptability of New Zealand Glassworks as a business and whether that was the right approach. I also just wanted to add this slide. We've had further information from Wanganui and Partners. So this information here is also in your report, which also states their views that retaining New Zealand Glassworks in Wanganui and retaining as a local government entity will enable it to access greater central government funding than would be on offer if it was privatised or sold as a business. And Wanganui and Partners' view is that the Glassworks plays a key role in Wanganui's proposition as a New Zealand city of design. So there could be a real risk if this is moved out of Wanganui. So based on the views, the recommendation has changed from what was in the consultation document, and the recommendation is to keep the operations of New Zealand Glassworks rather than seek a buyer. And there's a bit more information as well around this. I'll just log into my computer. So the reasons that Council is proposing the change from the preferred option is obviously due to the strong support from the community to see it retained in Wanganui. But Council has also appointed a new manager for the Glassworks who has brought forward opportunities to increase revenue that will reduce the funding required from the ratepayer further. And as already mentioned, the Glassworks features prominently in a lot of Wanganui's marketing and city of design material. You often see photos of people attending workshops at the Glassworks. And finally, there was a recent Infometrics report provided to Council which notes how much, I think it's 485 of local spending on the Glassworks, adds 478 to Wanganui's GDP. So it's a positive outcome for us in terms of the value that this facility adds. So I will stop there as there's lots of lights and any questions.
Just before you do, just a quick clarification. When Elise said the Infometrics report has been received by Council, that's a relatively recent development and it's been received by officers. It hasn't yet been presented formally to Council as part of a report, just in case any of you are scratching your head wondering if you blinked and missed it.
Thank you for that. I understand the change in direction. My question is, only a few months ago, the previous management came to us saying their bookings were full. They were seeking $500,000 to relocate. If we follow the recommendation that we are going to retain it as a council-operated business, if they are operating at their maximum level, is it council's view to hold it at that level, or could we be looking at a relocation and extra funding?
There's absolutely potential for more workshops and things. That's what the new manager has underway. So it's not so much that we're at our capacity. It was just having the tutors and the hirers that can actually run those workshops. So we're looking at a different model of how we can increase the revenue that way. In terms of the size of the shop, we are limited because of the size of the anelas. So I think there was a point of entry business case that went through on the relocation. I don't believe it made it through. David might correct me if I'm wrong here. But it's certainly not to rule out that can't come back as a business case for potential growth.
And through your worship, just to follow up on that, there was a point of entry business case done. We haven't yet put funding into the long-term plan for relocation of the glassworks. The primary reason for that is we think it's probably more aligned to an efficiency saving, because as we've looked at the cost of repaying debt, that is likely to be the cheaper option than continuing to pay rent for hiring the building. We want to do some further investigations as to whether that's correct. If it is, then we can bring back a case for efficiency around changing the buildings. So.
Right. Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, noting everything that's been said up there and shown, but the change in the officer recommendation from keeping New Zealand Glassworks but seeking a buyer to keeping it within council rather than seeking a buyer, and the current current rate funding 192. And one of the comments in here, that you've just appointed a new manager. She's noted opportunities to increase revenue that will reduce the funding required. Noting what David's just said, I think for us to make a decision, it's kind of this objective rather than subjective stuff. Like, sure, that Glassworks is this Infometrics is saying what its value may be to Wanganui, but actually in regard to when could we expect to get something coming back to us, David, saying whatever way it goes, whatever way you want a change of the way we pay for it, or that we're reducing ratepayer funding because we've increased a whole lot of other revenue. When can this? It's the monitoring of that concerns me and probably concerns the ratepayer. For me to be able to support that kind of resolution tomorrow. Does it make sense?
Yes, it does. So through your worship, the monitoring will be over the first year of the long-term plan, where we actually track the revenue against the budget with the view that we outperform it, so that at the end of the financial year you can see that the ratepayer funding required to keep the glassworks operating is lower than what was budgeted for. So you'll have a dollar figure to compare our performance against.
And so going into possibly the 2025-26 annual plan, we could expect to see a resolution that ratepayer funding is reduced from the current about 192,000.
Correct. We would use the annual plan process to adjust future budgets to match the actual performance that we've achieved.
Thank you.
Councillor Robb.
Thank you. Going back to when we bought the glass school, council was presented with a budget and it was 3 years to break even. So is it possible, please, with this decision that says that we keep it in-house, what the budget is going to be for the ratepayer cost for a fixed term like 3 years, please? Can we have that information?
Through your worship, we could prepare a budget for the next 3 years that shows a pathway to break even, but it would be based on setting cost efficiency and revenue targets that we would then have to go out and try and deliver. And obviously with that, given we don't have a track record yet of whatever the new operating model is going to be, would carry a degree of risk that we would fail to achieve those revenue and cost saving targets.
So with any business, that's always the risk.
Yeah.
If we're going to run a business, surely we can put a budget out that shows our path.
Through your worship, I just said yes, we could.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Kate. No. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Looks
Okay, we'll move forward. We are going to go through the next 3-4 items relatively quickly because these were items that were proposed not to be cut, and in all cases, the community has said don't cut these. All right, I'll hand over to Robin.
So next we have the drop-off points for rural rubbish, where option 1 was to keep the drop-off points and option 2 was to close them. Our preferred option was to keep them. The results of that was overwhelmingly to keep the drop-off points at 74%, 14% saying to close and 10% saying that they didn't know. Of those that said to keep them, they're noted as an essential service, and as we'd noted in our consultation, that fly tipping may happen if we were to remove these, and that was a concern for these responders. And others have highlighted whether we could expand on the services there, so introducing recycling. Of those who said to close the drop-off points, they had highlighted whether it could be a user pay system, noting that it's the people that live within those areas' responsibility to disregard of their own rubbish, and whether we could enforce some kind of punishment for illegal dumping at those sites. For those that said something else, again, having like a user pay or a rates parity service or system in place, so those that use the service are have to pay for that. Other considerations, so as mentioned, the greater proportion was to keep the rubbish service, and in response to a couple of things that came through the responses, of those noting that there wasn't enough detail necessarily to highlight how this was, how this service is funded. As a point of clarification, this is funded by the general rate and therefore by all ratepayers across the district. And for those that were in support for retaining the service but making it as a user pays, that we do highlight that there are challenges to doing this. Essentially, in terms of the people using that service, not everyone who kind of lives within that vicinity are using it. There's people that kind of can travel in travel into that location that are from outside of that area as well, and it's not necessarily a viable option. So based on that, the recommendation is to keep the rural rubbish collection. There's overwhelming support from the community. This was a preferred option initially. We want to reduce the volume of illegal dumping and fly tipping, which could be a reaction if it was removed. And yeah, there's no practical alternative for charging via targeted rates or user pays. So that's it for the rural rubbish collection. Was there any questions?
Thank you. Yes, the question of some cost recovery. Now, I'd like it explained how we can address this. Now, in the spirit of what you said at the start of this meeting, Mayor Andrew, that we identify non-rates revenue. Here is one of the very prime examples. So, will it be appropriate to raise this matter during deliberations, or would it be done at a later date?
So is it your question is whether it can be done either in the next day or two or at a later date?
Yeah.
Through your worship, I know you've emailed me a similar question, Rob. My view on it, having spoken to my team, is we couldn't do the work within the next couple of days so that you can make decisions on it as part of the LTP.
Yep.
But we are happy to bring a report back on it, and then it can be carried forward into the next annual plan if it's appropriate.
All right. Great, thank you. There's no further questions on this matter, so Gonville Library.
Great. So Gonville Library was also added as an option around whether to keep or close, with the council's preferred option to keep the hours as they are. This is how the community responded. So the largest portion wanted to keep the Gonville Library days and hours as they are, so that's 47%. 37% wanted to close the Gonville Library for one day during the week, such as a Monday, and 11% wanted to see or elected the option for Gonville Library to close completely, and very small numbers there of people electing don't know or something else. So option 1, which was keep the hours as they are, the responses have been themed up as follows, and they really centred around Gonville being a community hub, an essential community service. It's well used, it services a lower socio-economic area, it's important to young people, important to the elderly, provides digital accessibility. This number of people saying that the savings achieved by closing aren't deemed worthwhile. And it will have further impacts downstream on other services as a large number of the community use the library, and really strongly came through that it's not just a library with books, it provides so much more in terms of services and support. So those who wanted to close it during the week, there was a huge mix of things in here. There were people who wanted it closed on one day or not the other day, or the same day as other libraries, or a different day. Some people saying it should be closed for 2 days. We do want to note that it is only open for 6 days. It's not a 7-day operation as Davis Library is. A number of people suggesting that there should be more reliance on the mobile libraries, and providing better transport for people to get into the town library came through quite a bit. A number of people saying, okay for it to close, but make it temporary, don't make that a permanent measure. And then those who opted to close the library altogether felt that it could be covered by the Davis Library and the buses and other services. And again, the public transport improvements came through. So I won't go over that, and there is a lot of detail on this slide, which is also fully replicated in the report. The key thing to note there is visits to Gonville Library in the year to 30 April this year totaled 52,644, so a significant number of people using it. And as already mentioned, it has a far wider reach than simply issuing books. It provides many other services. Based on all of this, the officer recommendation is to keep the Gonville Library days and hours as they are. As noted, it's really highly valued by the community, seen as an important community hub that does much more than issue books. There's clear demand for the service with over 52,000 visits, and the impact of closing 1 day per week is deemed disproportionate to the savings that would be achieved. Any questions?
Councillor Robb.
Once again, some clarification of what, rather than saying what they are, what are the hours that the Gonville Library will be open?
The hours, yep, we can provide that information. Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. Give us a minute and we'll share it around.
We'll just when you find it, we'll come back. So we'll come back to you. Councillor Ross.
My question probably is not relevant to these proceedings, but I didn't know until the other day that we don't own the Gonville Library. Was there ever any consideration for this fabulous venue? Because we've just re-signed the lease for another 5 years in 2023. Was there ever any consideration as to the value of owning the site? Because we lease it at the moment.
That has not been part of this consultation, no. The hours, Marion will come up and
yeah. I'm just asking if that one could be car parked in somebody's notes.
I think we'll definitely have to car park that. Yeah, but note it.
So the opening hours are 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, and 10 to 2 on a Saturday, and then they're closed on Sunday.
Right, thank you. All right. Okay, no further questions. So we'll move to the next item.
Great. So winter gardens also on the same bucket of preferred do not close, but an option to close it in the context of increasing rates. As you can see, there was a very strong majority to not close the winter gardens, with I think that's just 9% electing to close it. So I won't labour this, but there was a lot of feedback around it being free, family friendly, an asset for all of the community, has iconic and historical significance, and a key tourist attraction for both, for bringing in visitors to the area. For those who did select close, there were a few comments around the fact that they felt it was unappealing, was perhaps in need of a bit of a maintenance and some improvements, and that they would rather that this money that goes into maintaining it be spent on what they consider other essential services. And again, very similar to the Avery question, there was a desire that the council seeks business support or donations, etc., to help with the maintenance costs. And under something else, it was again quite similar to the Avery, in that under this option, people wanted to see the gardens retained, but they wanted to see them open at a lower operational cost, and gave suggestions around user pays and how those costs may be further offset. Yes, so many submitters suggested introducing a user pay fee, such as a door charge or a donation box. And a number of people also talked about the winter gardens, and in the context of the lake, you have the Avery, you have the cafe, and seeing it as a package, and saying that if the Avery was to close, then we definitely shouldn't close the winter gardens as well. So, very quick through that one, as I'm conscious of our time to get through some pretty big issues. So recommendation is do not close. Any questions on that one? No.
No questions? No? Right. Let's
Great.
move on.
All right, we'll move forward. Community grant funding. So this one, we put up three options here. One was to increase grant funding by 100,000. Option 1, that was council's preferred option. Option 2 was to maintain it at its current level. And option 3 was to cut it by 10%, or 110,000. This is how the community responded. So the majority did want to see an increase in the community grant funding, followed by maintain at, so the first bar is 41% to increase, second bar maintain 38%, and cut it all back was 16%. So those who wanted to see the community grant funding increase, they talked about how much value they see through these grants, how many groups rely on them, the benefits to the wellbeing of the community, the fact that in the current economic environment it's even more difficult for these groups, so now is not the time to necessarily be making cuts. There were also comments though around the process for providing funding, and just making sure that that is operating as effectively as possible. And other comments around actually we need to be keeping up with rate of inflation and increasing costs. In terms of maintain, I think this was similar to increase, but maybe there was a bit more of a focus in this group around understanding the process, understanding the administration's side of it, wanting to see a review of the funding, and saying at the current environment, council itself can't afford to increase its funding. And then in the cut, a similar view that in the current economic environment, this is something that should be considered to be reduced, and that some felt that the community groups shouldn't rely on council and should be seeking out other funding. A few proposals for increase it by more than 100% or decrease it by more. Quite a few submitters in this area also highlighted youth and the Youth Council, so we will park that one and we'll come back to that one later today. Quite a few comments around the need for central government to be providing funding, and a number of people requested the list of those who received grant funding. So this will be shared in full. If it's not up on our website today, it will be going up with all the other information. So what we did want to note is that the community grants funds haven't increased since 2017, though there's been some line item funds have had an annual adjustment, and the criteria was last reviewed in 2018. So as part of this ongoing work program, we will commit to a full review of these at a later date. Based on all of that, we propose increasing the grant funding. It's part of the Council's purpose under the Local Government Act to support our community and to support wellbeing. There has been support received from the community to increase the funding at this time, and our community groups provide important critical functions for our district, which we think are highly valued by our community. Questions?
Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you. If councillors vote to increase the grant funding by 100,000, I just saw the item there that said that council will review the whole basis of all the funding, I guess. So I want some surety about when that would happen.
Through you, Worship, we would obviously not be able to do that before the decisions are made or the LTP is adopted, but we'd want to be doing it as soon as possible in the new financial year, so that if there are any changes you want to make to the funding criteria, those kind of things, we can make them well known to the community groups, so they've still got plenty of time to apply for the funding, knowing what the goalposts are going to be for them.
Okay, so that review would be considering where perhaps we've got gaps in our grant funding currently, because there's quite a lot of different items, right, but there are also some gaps. So it would include a full review.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
That is intended as a broader review of gaps and opportunities.
Thank you.
Councillor Peter.
Yeah, just for clarification, did you say that it is community grants are mandated by central government?
No, they're definitely not. There was a range of views from the community, and one of the views that came through was that some people in the community think that the funding should be coming from central government rather than from local government. Yeah.
So it's purely a local government choice then, whether we have community grants or not?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Right, Councillor Philippa.
Thank you. So just for clarity, could you remind us, with the recommendation around the increase in funding by 100,000, have we had any discussion at this stage where that funding increase might go to? Like line item, non-line item, community grants, sport and recreation, facilities fund, for example, that's going to be cut by half?
So no, should have said before, the point in the review will be that we'll do the review and find the areas where, recommended areas for increasing funding and bring that back. So it'll be wrapped up together.
Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. Will the review look at the combination of all grant fundings, the whole 1.3 million?
Yes, it will. And one thing that is worth clarifying is we're not talking about $1 million in contestable funding here. There's actually a small portion of it. I don't have it in front of me. Claire might know off the top of her head, but a small portion of that 1.3 million is contestable, and the others are line items. So they are going to specific organisations to continue to deliver services. And there's a mix of things in there. There's also things like the Christmas parade and Matariki celebrations. So I do want to say, on reflection, I think we may not have been as clear in this question as we could have been. It's not that we are handing out that money in terms of contestable funding. These are all deemed as community activities, and they're a mix of line items and funds.
Cool, and we can go into detail on that on the review. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Kate.
So it's my question is about this review. So I had interpreted that the review for the criteria of the contestable part of the funding would drop out of the vision for Whanganui work once that was completed. And that would be for the contestable portion, and I think it's really important that you've clarified that. The contestable portion criteria review would be in time for the next round, not this round, because this round is now, because this is the 30th of June is the balance date for most community organisations. Am I thinking
That
correctly?
sounds correct, and you are correct about the intent was to wait for the vision work to then help define the criteria as well.
Thank you. So the 100K is across the 1.1-ish million of community funding.
Exactly, and as is being said, it hasn't been allocated to any one group or fund.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Ross.
Yep. A lot of interest in the review. In that $100,000 portion, in relation to the contestable portion, if I recall rightly, we are often oversubscribed, that we have more applications than we can actually put through. Was there some sort of calculation done that, let's say it was oversubscribed by 100%, and by allocating this $100,000, we can, in theory, apart from inflation, bring in another 25% of grant funding? In other words, bring in more people, specifically those smaller amounts.
That work has not been done, no, and I imagine that can be considered as part of the review.
Through your worship, this is, I think, a question that's been asked previously. The issue here is, yes, the funds are oversubscribed, but then there'll also be latent demand, as you call it, where people know that the fund is oversubscribed, so don't even bother applying. You increase the level of funding, the demand typically will creep up as well, over and above what we already know about. And you've seen that, I think, through the community presentations through the Aspirations Committee, where quite a few of the presenters were actually seeking operational funding rather than capital funding for projects. Our approach is to redirect those to the Community Grants Fund, subject to you agreeing relevant criteria, rather than trying to add more and more line items in. So the 100K, depending on how you apportion it, could deal with the demand that we already know is oversubscribing the existing funds. It could also pick up some of those new requests that came through that other process.
So the other part to that is, I think, a public perception. Some of the grant funding is specifically for people who are applying who have got nowhere else to go. They cannot get funding from other sources. We are the last step, in theory, for them, the last place to come to for a bit of support. Would that be a correct view? No.
No, look, I don't think I can comment on the individual circumstances of the individual groups. So, don't know is the honest answer.
Okay.
I'll just add to the question about the split of contestable funding. So Finance has just said it's approximately 423,000 of the 1.1 is contestable. The remainder is our line items. Yeah. Okay. Right.
Great.
Happy to move on?
Yep. But that amount doesn't all come to the grant round?
No.
Okay, I'm just going to do a quick check-in with just time. So are we on track from your perspective? And
so we have got through all of the service cuts. I think those were probably some of the most difficult items. Now we have the long-term investments, so we can just rattle through these and aim to get through them by lunch, but I'm also really conscious of wanting to give these sufficient time for discussion and for reporting back to the community. So.
Okay, let's carry on and see where we get to at about 1. Yeah.
Okay. We just have to reload our other presentation. We had to make 2 presentations because the presentation files were so large that they just kept on crashing. So give us a moment while our IT systems update. And I'll hand back to Robin. Yeah.
Okay, so next is moving on to the long-term investments, and the first item is core infrastructure. So just a reminder, core infrastructure includes roading, footpaths, stormwater, wastewater and drinking water. So option 1 was to increase funding of our core infrastructure to get us to a reasonable state in the future, and that was our preferred option. Option 2 was significant increase of funding to get us up to a reasonable state sooner. And option 3 was to maintain the current level of funding, which isn't enough to get us where we need to be, noting that assets will deteriorate further. So the response to that was option 1 was, again, overwhelmingly chosen by the community at 74%. 14% chose the significant increase, and just 6% said to maintain the current funding. In terms of the themes that came through, for option 1, most noted that infrastructure is council's core business, so this is something that we should be focusing on. We need to be proactive to kind of set us up for the future, and based on the rates of asset deterioration, inflation, etc., and the impact of climate change as well, this is something that we should really address and stay on top of, and also making sure that we're addressing health and safety issues that could occur. In terms of the significant increase in funding, the faster that we address the core infrastructure and the faster this is prioritised, the less impact this will have on us in the future. This is a necessity with long-term benefits, so we need to maintain this properly. And again, similar to before, costs will continue to rise, so we need to make sure that we stay ahead of this. For maintaining funding, people still note the importance of core infrastructure, so these are critical assets and they should be focused on, but and noting how things should be done properly the first time round and to high standards, and holding contractors accountable where necessary. So all in all, there was an agreement that there should be an increase, but for something else option, people were kind of noting that the options put forward were too expensive, so they should be relooked at. So in terms of other considerations, one interesting to note was we had a lot of people kind of mentioning Wellington's situation and how we don't want to be put in a situation that has a similar impact to us. Mixed views on whether or not funding should go towards cycleways for various reasons. And multiple people mentioning how the speed bumps and judder bars are an unnecessary spend. And then important to note that since the consultation document was published, officers have identified a number of additional drinking water, wastewater and stormwater projects that are needed to accommodate population growth and housing development. These will be delivered over the 10 years of the long-term plan and beyond into the 30-year infrastructure strategy. And this time phasing of projects over the coming years minimises the impact on rates in the short term. So specific changes will be given to you through the schedule of changes that will be adopted. And in addition to that, based on the feedback that's been given by the community, budgets for pipe replacements are also increased, and this will better enable the council to maintain the good conditions of its water networks in order to avoid problems of bursting pipes, and that have affected many other councils in New Zealand, so wanting to avoid that. And these will be spread over the 10 years of the long-term plan. So this leads me on to the officer recommendation, which is slightly different to our initial preferred option. So a larger but not significant increase of funding to bring our core infrastructure up to a reasonable state slightly sooner. So that's essentially in between option 1 and option 2. And the reason behind this was based on the overwhelming support that we got from the community to increase this funding. It's an essential service, and safe supply of water is critical. And some of the additional projects to enable council to stay ahead of population growth, as well as increases in drinking water safety standards, expected to be implemented by the regulator. Are there any questions?
No questions. Yeah, must have been well explained. So.
I think it's you.
Okay, great work, Robin. So now we're on to the hotel and car park. Obviously, this has received significant amount of media and interest. I think we're fairly familiar with the options put up. However, I will just rerun through them. So option 1 was that council takes the lead with the development of hotel and car park, but subject to the outcome of a detailed business case. That was council's preferred option when it went out for consultation. Option 2 was to seek an operator to develop a hotel and car park, and option 3 was to do nothing. That is how the community responded. So as you can see, a very large number, 62% elected option 2 to seek an operator to develop the hotel and car park. And option 1, the preferred option, received 12%, and do nothing received 30%, with small numbers electing for don't know or something else. So those who elected option 1 for council to take the lead noted that the district needs more accommodation and car parking space, and the current situation is limiting our ability to host large-scale events. They believed it would lead to positive impacts for Whanganui. However, if council was proceeding, it should still proceed with caution. And a number of comments around ensuring any design for the hotel would be aligned with the district's identity around heritage and culture and arts, and concerns around the ongoing maintenance. Option 2, which received, as you saw on the graph, by far the most support, was for council to seek an operator. So general agreement from this group that there is a need for more accommodation and car parking, but the overall theme was, while we see that there's a need for this, we don't feel this is council's core purpose, and that they felt it should be left to the private sector. And council should be more about enabling this to happen, and stimulating tourism and growth, enabling private investors to then come in. And more here, so there was a lot of feedback in this section. I don't want to breeze over it too quickly, but I am aware of time, and there has been a lot of feedback presented at hearings about the concerns around it, concerns around the risks, the budget, and the lack of confidence from the public was expressed around the council delivering this project. For those who said do nothing, it was relatively similar to option 2, which was to seek the private investor. But there were more people in the do nothing who felt that the hotel and car park weren't needed, suggested that council supports the current accommodation providers available in Whanganui. There were quite a few comments woven throughout around the flight school usage, and concerns around other housing issues such as emergency housing, and where council should be focusing its efforts. Something else, so a few people on this said proceed with the hotel but don't do the car park. And then there were quite a few suggestions for other types of models, so boutique hotels or heritage hotels. I think through hearings we heard quite a few different suggestions put up, and overall quite a few people saying there's a need for more evidence or research before proceeding down this track. I think I've probably mentioned most of that, other than a few people stating that they'd prefer a focus on public transport rather than too much of a focus on car parks, and a number of people stating that they would like more of a focus on the CBD revitalisation rather than hotel. So in response to the community feedback, the recommendation has changed from the preferred option. It is now, a preferred option is to seek a private operator to develop the hotel and car park. The direction given from the community on this has been clear, in terms of the community has given feedback that there is a need for the hotel, however they don't want the council to take the lead. As such, officers propose retaining $200,000 of funding in year one to progress the feasibility study to demonstrate the business case for a hotel in Wanganui, and that will then assist council to attract private developers to the city. Any questions?
Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. The council doesn't quite know yet what enabling factors they may, or enabling work they may need to do to attract that private investor. The feasibility study of 200,000 will obviously help that attraction. In terms of the feedback we've got there from our community, how, to what level is that enabling? I guess, how do I say that? It's like, do we have our hands tied behind our back, or as we progress through after the feasibility study, maybe we have somebody on hook, but we still might need to invest something. I'm not suggesting investing in a hotel, but we might need to do some other property investment, who knows, buying land or something, who knows. How enabled will we do that based on this feedback and based on the recommendation that we'll end up putting up?
Through your worship, I think part of the point of continuing with the feasibility work and then turning that into a request for proposals process where we can advertise the Wanganui opportunity to hotel developers will allow us to inform what level of enablement and support the council would need to give. If it's a really compelling opportunity, the private sector may be coming into town with very little incentives from us because they see the opportunity. On the other hand, if it's a little bit more marginal, then we might need to go that step further to provide enough incentive to get somebody to invest in Wanganui. So we can't really answer the question until we know how compelling the opportunity is. But as we've discussed in the past, there's a range of tools that council can have at its disposal to provide those incentives. If we happen to be the landlord, we could offer a few years of a discounted lease for the operator in our properties. You could offer rates holidays for the first few years until their business is up and running, and there's a range of other things, but you'd scale it to match on a case-by-case basis, really.
Okay, so there's nothing in this option or that the officers are recommending that we don't be the operator. There's nothing that's going to majorly hamstring us in being flexible. So I guess I'm saying, do we need an alternative motion that enables that some flexibility? But I'm hearing from you, no, we won't.
Through you, Chair, that's correct. There's nothing in this option. If council steps back and lets the private sector take the lead, there's nothing that precludes you from providing some incentives or working to enable the opportunity. So yeah, you don't need an alternative.
Okay.
Councillor Ross.
Yep. The request to set aside 200K in year one for a feasibility study. Have we already doing some preliminary stuff before we seek it out? I've got the impression we're doing something already.
Through your worship, yes. This is work that had already started under our kind of economic development banner because we had the demand study from a couple of years ago that proved the case for the demand for a new hotel. The intention had always been to run some kind of competitive process. We need some baseline information to do that, to market Wanganui to hotel operators and developers. So the funding is just a continuation to allow us to complete that work and hopefully get it to the point where we have some serious contenders that want to come in and invest in Wanganui.
Thank you.
Councillor Rob.
Yeah. Now, the paper says that the rating impact is $30 a property from year 25-26, with taking the borrowing out. Retaining the 200,000, it doesn't say what the effect is on the rates. So I just wonder whether you could explain that, David, because what is the effect on the original 10.6 of that 200,000? Is it a reduction or is it an increase in the 10.6?
Through your worship, the overall effect is a small reduction. Previously, we'd allowed a much larger sum to continue with that work because it would, if we were taking the lead as council, then it would likely have progressed on to detailed designs, and those come with a greater degree of cost. I suppose the point that I would make is because all of that is debt funded, or was previously proposed to be debt funded, and then once you got into the operating phase of the hotel, a lot of that debt was offset by the revenue that was forecast for the hotel. The actual impact on rates by removing it is very, very small.
So the 200,000, is that debt funded or?
Yes, it is.
It is, yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, no further questions, so carry on.
Okay, so next we've got the Royal Wanganui Opera House. So option 1 was to do nothing and leave the stage house as it is with scaffolding and restricted level of operation. Option 2 was to implement a new counterweight flying system with the existing stage house building structure. Option 3 was to build a new stage house and implement a new fly system, which is our preferred option. And option 4 was to do a full upgrade, which included the front of house improvements. So in terms of the results, you can see here that option 3 was the most chosen response at 38%. And beyond that was option 1, which was to do nothing at 31%. 10% opting to do the full upgrade, 12% saying don't know, and 6% something else. And option 2 was the least at 4%. So in terms of the themes that came through, those that said to do nothing, this is unnecessary expenditure at this stage and it can be delayed until we're in a better economic environment. Try sourcing funding from external providers, noting that this is something that would be baked into the project. This is too costly and the quotes themselves are highly unreasonable, and people questioning whether we'd be able to get the return on investment for this based on the limited seats for the type of shows. For those that chose option 2, noting that larger venues aren't too far away and we shouldn't be competing with such venues, and necessary upgrades only should be made to keep it operating. Option 3, those highlighting how iconic the building is and how this should be preserved. These upgrades are necessary and are required, and it's important that funding is achieved, and that additional funding opportunities are explored to minimise the cost of ratepayers. And others saying that could we go with option 3 and then scale up to option 4 if that's a possibility. And lastly, the full upgrade. If we're going to do it, let's do it properly and do it once. And this is again a heritage building and contributes to Wanganui's culture. So it's something that should be invested in, and it's needed to attract the touring shows and performances into the region. Those that chose something else, highlighting whether we could incorporate a user pay structure, both from the touring shows and from those visiting the venue. Trying sourcing funding from external providers. You'll note that funding is quite a common response across all options. Address the main issues only, particularly the health and safety, and remove the burden by demolishing the building or selling the asset or closing it down completely, which were relatively the more extravagant responses. So just responses to some of the queries that had came through. There was general confusion of the fly system and why it was necessary, and this is required essentially to provide the support needed to be able to do the shows for those touring shows. And some of the other kind of suggestions, what's currently in place can't manage the weight that's needed, and other suggestions aren't a viable solution either. It was questioned about the return on investment based on the number of seats, and it's considered that the seat numbers are not actually an issue, and if we compare it to other regions, we either have more seats or only slightly less to others. A couple highlighting the kind of pricing models, and to note there are two venue prices for fees and charges, one's community, one's for private. The community rates get 20% discount to the private rate. References that were made to the recent renovations that were made, and these were simply to meet earthquake strengthening requirements, so there was no major work done at that point. Comments on the flawed heating and ventilation system, and this is acknowledged. We are aware of this, and this is only addressed in option 4 for the full upgrade. There was confusion between the options 2 and 3 and the impact on rates, as one which was it costed more but had less of an impact on rates, and that's due to the funding that we're able to attract for the kind of higher cost against it. So based on all of the feedback that we received from the community, we have recommended to build a new stage house and implement a new fly system, which is option 3, and it was our preferred option. This is due to the fact that the community were most in favour of this option, and it provides a fly system that is well utilised across New Zealand and can therefore be easily maintained, serviced and operated. It's important to note that the project will only proceed after a full business case has been produced and external funding is secured, and an engagement programme will take place with key stakeholders throughout the development of the detailed business case. And until the business case is completed, reporting will continue through Operations and Performance Committee and subsequently to Council for approval before anything progresses. Are there any questions?
Councillor Robb.
Yeah, can we have an explanation for the deliberations about the effect of delaying this to, at a later stage of the LTP, please? We really haven't got that information. What's the implications of that?
Yes, that can be provided.
Can you get that in time? Or? Yep, okay, that'll come today. Thank you, Rob. Okay, no further questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kate.
I don't actually understand the question. Can you ask it?
Obviously,
You just put your microphone on.
obviously the option 1 to fix the scaffolding and things, that's a given. But what if we delay the project? I mean, I think it's in 26, 27 now. What if was later in the end of the 10-year cycle, when we're looking like to be in a better financial position? But I would like to know what the implications are for the Opera House in making a decision like that.
So, in delaying. Can I ask a further question?
Sure.
So if we, go through the business case and it's presented as a, and we decide, yes, okay, we want to do this, whatever we decide we want to do, would that then trigger a consultation process in terms of deviation from the long-term plan? Have I missed something?
Through you, Your Worship, can I just seek some clarification? Are you talking about if we leave it as is, the draft budgets, or if there's a delay inserted, as Councillor Vincent's referring to?
Well, perhaps, try both scenarios.
Okay.
And outline what the circumstances would be.
So, let me tackle the current budget. So if you go through the business case process and then commit to the project in 26-27 as per the draft budget, then you're effectively just delivering the plan that you've currently worked on. There's no requirement to reconsult the community. If there is a delay inserted to move, say we still do the business case this coming financial year, but the implementation of the project isn't until 5 or 6, 7 years down the track in the budget, then when you consider the business case, if you want to bring that funding forward, you may be able to rely on the consultation that you've done through the LTP process. We would just need to check a kind of a significance and a materiality threshold around whether that was going to make a material difference to the LTP. But amending the timing of a project, typically I would say less likely to be material or a significant change.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the...
David, my view is that an LTP is effectively a 3-year plan because it's reviewed every 3 years. So if there was a decision in 3 years' time, that wouldn't be an amendment to a plan, would it?
Through you, Your Worship, no, I'm reasonably confident to say now that simply adjusting the timing of a project that you've already consulted on, you would likely be able to do that through either the annual plan process or the next LTP cycle. I don't think it's significant enough to warrant an amendment to the LTP.
Okay, we'll move on. So the next question was around Marae development, and there were 2 options put up here. Whether or not to provide grant funding of 3.5 million over 7 years, that's from 2028 for Marae upgrades, or option 2, to not provide the funding. So this is how the community responded to this question. Option 1, to provide the funding, received 36% support, and option 2 received 53%, with 9% saying they don't know, and a very small proportion electing something else. So those who selected option 1 to provide grant funding talked about how Marae play a vital role in emergencies for the whole community, but that they play a much broader role than just emergency management, that they are important culturally, they are community hubs, and that investing in Marae is of benefit for everyone in the community. Of those who felt that we should provide grant funding, they did also note that central government funding should continue to be sought for this, and if there is a gap, then council should look to fill that gap and work with others. And there were many examples of the range of functions that Marae provide, and Te Aho Marae, for example, presented here along with a number of representatives. For those who felt that the council shouldn't provide the funding, a lot of them felt that this was the responsibility of central government or responsibility of Marae or iwi themselves, and felt that they should go through the same sort of channels and provide their own funding. And the something else, this was about building partnerships and looking for other options, potentially providing funding for other places that provide emergency support and emergency event services, and a number of people in the something else saying provide the funding but provide a smaller amount than what has been put up. So we received quite a few letters of support as well from Marae and Hapu for this question, and these letters provide numerous examples of the social, cultural, economic value that Marae provide to the community, that they're key gathering places for many important events, tangihanga and hui, that Marae host community groups, events and services, and that they're open to everyone in our community. And reiterating that they are a place of refuge, particularly during civil defence times, and a lot of examples given around Marae, particularly up the river, and the flooding events, and how key they were to the emergency response and support for the community. and that marae also provide housing and encompass a range of other functions such as kohanga reo, churches, kaumātua flats, cemeteries, and important to note that Council provides funding for cemeteries generally in the district but doesn't fund urupa. So based on the information provided for this item, the officers are recommending providing the grant funding for marae because of the important role marae play in civil defence, community development, rural connectivity, amongst many other functions. It's noted that the funding doesn't commence until the year 2028. Any questions on this one?
Councillor Ross.
Yeah. Again, I apologise, I should have asked this a week or two ago. Currently funded by government funding, we're now looking at funding it from council. For how long had marae been funded by government? So if it was for the last 5 years, where was marae going for funding to replace their kitchens or their toilet block or previous to government support? Do we know?
I'll ask David to respond.
Through you, Your Worship, my understanding is that there's no consistent routine funding for marae from central government. There will be pots of funding that they've will have the ability to apply for on a contestable basis. But my understanding is typically the marae have fundraised themselves from the hapu and whānau to pay for those kind of things.
When you, blunt language, when you divide the money up per year between, say, 20 hapu and marae, it's not a lot. So I'm assuming that should this go through, there has to be some sort of system of, I know the question was asked the other week, I forgot the answer. There would be some system of quantifying who gets what and when and how. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. We might get to lunch soon because I know, at least I know for myself, I'm getting hungry. Okay.
Apologies, but just for clarity, and I know it says in our consultation document somewhere, but the marae funding we provided was part of our 8 million better off funding from local government around the change of around the Three Waters, someone called it a bribe, right, David? So that, and council put forward, looked at a whole lot of activities, and council put forward its recommendations that included the funding that is currently supporting marae and will for another 2 to 3 years. Just because I think the public probably don't understand how this has worked. And of course the second lot of better off funding didn't come, change of government, and got rid of Three Waters or affordable water. So yeah, there was something else in there, but that's where we, along with some other projects, we put, including 2 million to the Sargent Gallery capital build, we put this allocation of funding into our marae, and now the issue is that better off funding is stopped.
So sorry, we need to question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get all the clarity for our public, because I think,
sure.
Is your question you'd like me to summarise the process today?
Well, probably a little bit around how this money came forward and why do we now need to fund it? Or are we being asked to?
So, through your worship, a very rapid history. The previous Labour government made available better off funding as part of their Three Waters reforms process. That fund is administered by the Department of Internal Affairs initially, and now the Crown Infrastructure Partners. A condition of funding was that councils had to work with their local iwi and hapu to agree how the money would be spent. We went through that process and we reported back to council on what we were proposing to put into the application. It included a range of projects, some of them are very much related to council's core business. $2 million was allocated to the Sargent Gallery to offset ratepayer funding. There's about 800,000 going into the North Mole car park and amenities project that's in the long-term plan. A number of smaller climate change related issues, and then a portion of it was allocated to improving the infrastructure and buildings at Marai. As you pointed out, that was tranche 1 of 2, but when the Labour government changed its Three Waters reform policy and moved from 4 entities down to 10 entities, they took away that second tranche of funding. That second tranche of funding had been identified in our original application as continuing some of that investment into the Marai. Because of it being removed, we've had requests from some of the hapu as to whether council would step in and provide some funding to fill the gap that central government has left behind when it made that policy change. That's why it's in front of you for consideration as part of the long-term plan. It is timed for 2028 because that is when the original tranche 1 funding is expected to run out.
Thank you very much, David. I think it's really great for us and the public as a reminder. Thank you.
All right, look, we do have about 3 or 4 more items to go, and I don't really want to rush through it before lunch. So let's take a break now. My suggestion is we're back, but by the time we sort of just take a bit of time out, and I'm suggesting back at 2. Is that all right? Is that 1:45? Okay. Okay, we'll compromise. We'll make it 1:50. At 1:50, we're back on the dot. I know what happens. afternoon session. And thank you for this morning, and thank you, council officers, for where we've got to. I think we've made good progress, and we're sticking to questions of clarification, and hopefully the public are on board with where we're at as well, and understanding each of these issues that we're going through, or opportunities. So look, I'll pass over to you. We got to surf lifesaving, but before I do, are there any queries from anyone from this morning? No? Okay. Great. Well, I'll move across to Elise and Robin again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor Andrew. So we'll continue on where we left off with the Surf Life Saving Service building. So you'll remember from the consultation that we asked the community about whether or not the council should put forward funding for the Surf Life Saving Club building at Castle Cliff Beach. And I did want to note that this project was put forward by the Surf Life Saving Club themselves through the Aspirations Committee. So this is a community-led initiative. We're just fixing our IT issues here. So there were two main options that were put up to the community to fund the Surf Life Saving Service at a contribution of $1 million. Oh, I just need to go back. At a contribution of $1 million from the year 2027-28, or to provide no funding to the project. And just a reminder, in terms of total cost, the Surf Club has estimated the total cost of this rebuild for them to be in the vicinity of $5 million to $7 million. So the $1 million is seen as a small portion of that total cost. This is how the community responded. So as you can see, a very large majority, 80%, wanted the funding to go to the Surf Club. A small percentage, 11%, said provide no funding, and small percentages there of don't know and something else. So the key themes for option one, to provide the funding. A lot of people mention the essential life-saving service that they provide for the community, that it's really important, even if we do put this investment in, that they continue to research and find other funding sources. There were quite a lot of comments around the broader benefits and the broader outcomes that the club provides around training, around youth, and we had a couple of people come and present. And there are also opportunities mentioned about incorporating the Surf Club into a wider community facility and looking to join up potentially in the future with the offerings of the Duncan Pavilion, for example, and working together with the community out there in a cohesive, joined up way. So for those who didn't support it, these were more centred around a view that it wasn't ratepayers' role to fund it, that it should be coming from private sponsorship, business, or central government funding instead. And in the something else, a number of people felt that we should give the funding, but that we should give a smaller amount, that the current building should be fixed up rather than build a new one. However, I think we've heard quite clearly from the club that after, I think it's 65 years of the existing building being in a harsh coastal environment, that it's got all kinds of issues that mean it's not really salvageable at this point, and that we should be supporting the club to seek funding through other sources. I think I've covered a lot of this. What I wanted to say was that we have been in touch with the local surf club. They have shared some information with us just today that we can pass on about the recent central government funding announcement for all clubs. It seems quite clear from that information that it is really focused around the operational servicing to provide a lift for the operational staffing side of surf clubs. there is some funding, there is a limit on the funding that will be available for CapEx, and it will be capped. So it looks like at the absolute most, they would be getting $1 million if they were to get this funding at all. Again, it hasn't been divvied up to the different clubs. They would get $1 million at most. So there is still a clear need for other sources of funding to come in to meet at least that minimum $5 million. As we heard from the representative who came from the Surf Lifesaving Club, they were quite clear that they could, they had quite confidence that they would be able to meet those other sources of funding. And the other thing that wasn't presented at hearings, but it was within the submission from Matt Newell, was a request that we actually bring the funding, first that we contribute more, at least $2 million, and secondly, the request was that we need to bring the funding forward to the 2025 year. And the view was there that that would give them the security to then leverage off and gain further funding. So, considering all of this information, the officers recommend funding the surf club in year 3. So this was previously in year 4, but we propose to bring it forward a year. Our budgets, we don't feel our budgets would allow us to bring it forward to 2025 as requested. So this is a compromise option to bring it forward a year. And as we can see, the community was strongly in favour of this. And it has been highlighted that the club would need to fund the remaining funds needed. So I think that's probably all I need to say. Are there questions?
Councillor Jenny.
Thank you. What would be the risk to council if we did bring it forward? It would be in an annual plan then. And if they had not progressed their project far enough, when we do the annual plan, we could then move it out. That way we could bring it forward for them and give them that leverage they need with other funders. But it also protects us because, I mean, the chances, the probability of them being able to do it in that time frame is very limited anyway. So I don't think there's much risk. So I think that's a consideration.
Perhaps that's something we can take offline as officers and look at the budgets. I think we felt that the compromise of bringing it forward a year was sufficient, but are you saying bring it forward another year further? And then we can bump it. And then bump, okay.
Sorry, you can do that, you need to fund it properly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The response was you can do that, but you need to fund it properly for those that didn't hear. Okay.
But it would not impact the next year's rate. Okay, it would be the year out. And that would be within an annual plan year. And if their project hadn't progressed enough, then it would just get bumped to the following year. And it would enable them, I'm just repeating myself now, it would enable them to leverage their own funding with others.
Well,
so that's consideration.
Can I just chip on the same?
Sure.
So it's actually a promise to fund. It wouldn't actually be, we wouldn't need to part with the funds. It would be a promise to fund, and that would be sometime in the future. So I would be suggesting that if we brought it as far forward as we possibly could, noting that it wouldn't be funds required in year 1 or probably even year 2.
So you're looking at a flexible time frame.
Yeah, my point is promise to fund.
Yeah, promise to fund. Yeah. Okay.
Look, I think what you're discussing doesn't give me any cause for concern. If you do bring it forward and they fail to meet their fundraising target, but you still want to provide that commitment to fund, I think you've got 2 mechanisms. You'd either rebudget it through the annual plan as you're proposing, or it would be part of our schedule of carry forwards at the end of the financial year of unspent funds.
Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, kind of further on that, but my first question was going to be, what is the rate impact of funding, bringing that funding a year forward to the 2026 year, which is opposed to 2027. And then I guess I don't, also it's like, it's not, I mean, it would have to be resolved. It's not a promise, it's a resolution that it's 1 million contribution to the project, as long as the project proceeds or gets the rest of the funding. But we don't promise in our, you know, I mean, it's just a term, but that's how we got. I mean, so what's the rate impact? Because obviously that's the key thing.
Okay, it looks like Mike is keen to answer that question.
Go ahead.
I think you can use the general rule of thumb that for debt funding, 7.5 mil is equal to 1%. So $1 million is equal to maybe 0.15 or something like that.
So do you see it as an issue at all, Mike, with your hat on, to bring it forward to the 2026 year?
No, absolutely a decision by elected members. All we do, we put that in the budget in that year and we rate for it as if it's drawn down in that year.
Thank you.
Councillor Peter.
For my own clarification then, that proposal, you would have to fund it, you would have to rate it in what year? Somewhere you have to put it in your budget and rate to that amount. So your rates go up by $1 million.
No, you put the loan funding in the year that you, you put the loan funding in, so you plan to spend that money, and you set your rates at the beginning of that year as if that loan's going to be drawn down. And so again, 7.5 million is equivalent to about 1%. So 1 million is just, as I said, about 0.15, somewhere around there, percentage increase in rates.
Mm. So what year would that do?
In the year you put the funds in the budget.
Yeah. So you could either put it in this year or the next year. Well, you know, for the next year.
Up to elected members which year you put it in.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just for the members of the public, the thing, debt funded is a different rate than rates or OPEX funded, so different level. Yeah. All right. So next item.
Okay, so the next item in the long-term investments section was the Pakaitore Reserve paving and crossing. So this was also a community-led proposal brought through by the Pakaitore Historic Reserve Board. Sorry, I wanted to get that name right. So, sorry, we're having a few issues here. So the proposal was to construct a new raised pavement crossing between Pakaitore and the Awa, so to restore that connection between the two important spaces. Option 1 put forward was to construct the pavement. That was Council's preferred option, and it was to come in from 2029. Option 2 was to not make any changes to the existing road layout. On the graph, sorry it's not up on the screen, but we'll get it up. Option 1 received, so that's to construct the raised pavement crossing, received 20% support. Option 2, no changes to the existing road layout, received 70%, so a large majority selecting option 2. The key themes under option 1 to construct the pavement were, oh, there's the graph there, so we'll just flick back to that graph quickly for those online so you can see the spread there. Option 1, for those who supported the raised pavement, this was around safety. Oh gosh, sorry, that went very loud. Safety, honouring the significance and the link to the Awa, the convenience for pedestrians, noting, a lot of people noting in that one that there isn't necessarily a safe place to cross in that area and it can get quite busy, particularly during market day, market time. However, for those who wanted the pavement, there was still a sentiment that the costs for that perhaps were too high, particularly in this current economic environment. For those who didn't want any changes, the comments really centred around the costs, the feeling that it wasn't the right time to do this, that there was preference for a regular pedestrian crossing instead, the challenges it may present for trucks. A lot of people are not in favour of speed bumps, and some even thinking that it may make it more dangerous. And in the something else, a lot of suggestions in here, ranging from, again, a regular pedestrian crossing or a traffic light or some other kind of traffic control calming measures. And then other suggestions were more in the space of artistic or cultural. So could there be some kind of recognition of the site? Could there be some kind of plaque or some kind of seating or a way in which to honour and recognise the crossing and the connection between the awa and the site? And then there were a few people in this category who said it's a good idea, but we don't want it in the current environment. I think I've covered that. I think I've said most of that. So based on the information provided for this item, the officers are recommending no changes to the existing road layout. For the following reasons, the community were most in favour of this option at this time. The costs were considered too high in the current economic environment. Other versions of speed calming or pedestrian focused solutions can be considered alongside other safety measures across the transport network. So, any questions on that item?
No questions? No? Okay, moving on.
Yeah. Okay, so this, I believe, is the final item based on the items within the consultation documents. We've got the Rapanui Road Trail, and just as a reminder, this was based on safety concerns of the users of this road. The proposition was to provide funding to support a project that would add shell rock on the road that runs adjacent for Rapanui Road. And this was a community-led project that was put forward by Kaiui Community Group. So the options were option one, which was to provide the full funding for this project at 2.4 million, provided that a feasibility study is conducted. And then option two was to do nothing and focus on road safety improvements to benefit all users. So the response to that, 58% chose to do nothing and focus on road safety improvements, and 33% opted to provide the full funding, 6% saying don't know, and 3% saying something else. For those who opted to provide the full funding, it was highlighted that the road itself is unsafe, which was something that was captured in the consultation document. This is something that could attract tourists, and this trail will contribute to the well-being of the community, and the cycleway would increase cycling usage in the district. Those selecting option two, to do nothing, this is too expensive. We should be focusing on other road safety measures. This trail would only be used by a handful of members in the community, and there are actually other cycleways that could be funded as opposed to this one. Those that highlighted something else, again, feel like we could focus on other safety measures and funding other priority cycleways and looking for other funders to support this. So in terms of other considerations, a lot of these have been highlighted through the themes that came through, those highlighting the road safety measures, that it's a nice to have. Yeah, all of those have been touched upon. So based on that, the recommendation is to do nothing and focus on the road safety improvements to benefit all users. And the reasons for this are the community were most in favour of this option. The costs are considered too high in this current economic environment. And the revised government policy statement on transport redirects funding away from this type of project and places a stronger focus on routine maintenance and road renewals. And this well reflects the Wanganui's district's roading investment priorities at this time. Were there any questions?
No further questions.
Okay, so that's everything from Myself and Elise.
Oh, right, sorry. Yes.
So, thank you. So that's the long-term plan as such. There were quite a number of other issues raised by the community, such as Main Street wanting to widen the scope of the area that they, like as Drews Avenue. And that was just one of them. How are we going to progress those sort of issues, or do we need to be bringing last minute motions to this table for lots of rats and mice, if I might not be offensive using that term?
So we have a section now for other issues raised, and within that we have a range of items such as youth council and the recycling petition that has been brought, accessibility, a number of other topics. In addition to that, you'll see that we're progressing through our normal channels. We're looking at all of the submissions and the questions raised, and we pass them on to managers within the council, and managers are making recommendations and responses. In terms of other issues, as officers, we have had this discussion that there is a huge amount there. There's just, I mean, the consultation items alone, as you know, there's a lot there. So what we're doing is referring these through other processes as needed, so through other committees or report backs or other operational processes, because the volume of material to process is just too much, we think, for tomorrow. If there are issues that you think absolutely need a resolution, then we really need to hear those today. But our position has been, given this volume, we do need to put a limit on what we consider and the resolutions we make tomorrow. And a lot of these we actually need time to go away and really consider them properly and make sure that topics are being dealt with consistently, and we're not just handing out money over here. We want it to be a fair process for all of those groups.
Okay, thanks, Elise.
Just carrying on from that, one thing that I've been pondering about, and Helen's touched on it, the process from here of all the bits and pieces that drop out of this, and I'm wondering if we could resolve to refer them to strategy and policy, just as a not as a gatehouse, but as a repository of the piece of work that sends them off to wherever, and just so that we can close the loop in terms of what happens next.
You happy to respond?
How about we bring back something tomorrow after we've had a chance to discuss as staff, a resolution for how the other matters will be addressed, because we do want to give you reassurance that they will be looked at, and the public, we really want them to know that there will be a process for it. But I think that needs to be clear and consistent rather than ad hoc decisions made.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just suggesting an avenue rather than making decisions at the Strategy and Policy Committee, but it seems to me a sensible fit for any matters that have come out of this consultation process.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, but if we can have time just to come back tomorrow,
All right, so other issues?
So Sarah, are you okay to come up to the table and talk to these? You can go. Yeah, just let me know when you want me to flick on.
So this one here, you will recall earlier this year. Oh, sorry, Helen. Yeah. You will. Pardon me. Yeah, I'm just getting to that. Yeah. You will recall earlier in the year, Council made some decisions about what we called non-significant cuts. One of those was around the Youth Council. And the resolution that you made at that time was to remove the Youth Council but retain $10,000 worth of funding for youth-related initiatives. So that saved $41,000 worth of operating costs and expenditure from the 1st of July this year. Given the feedback that we've had through the consultation process, management would like to recommend or providing an option where you can overturn that decision and place the money back in the budget for youth-related initiatives. What those youth-related initiatives are, we would need to work up and bring back to you for endorsement. So, any questions on that slide?
Yeah, so, let's have some questions after each. I know there's many issues or other issues, but I still think they are valid to ask questions. So, Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you. The February 24 meeting, in the resolution, there would have been an officer's paper for that meeting on the reasons why. So can we have it redistributed, that paper, please, so that we can see whether the issues have been resolved since then?
Sure. That paper was an omnibus paper and it related to a number of issues, not just the Youth Council, but sure, we can recirculate that.
I guess what I'm trying to establish is what were the reasons we disestablished it and whether they are not relevant still.
So the reason the option's been put back on the table is because of the consultation feedback that we received. We haven't done any work since February for the $10,000 that was decided upon in February, which doesn't start until the 1st of July because we haven't arrived at that time frame. The Youth Council is still operating this financial year. The proposal or the decision that you took in February was relative to 1 July 2024 moving forward.
Yes, I understand that, but the submissions, nobody in the submissions said that recognise any of the problems that led us to disestablish the youth committee, and that's what I'm trying to find out, what those were and whether we can revisit them.
So, through your worship, we can absolutely provide a copy of the report, but to answer your question, the primary reason for removing the Youth Council was a cost-cutting exercise in order to meet the targets that we'd set for the draft long-term plan budgets. Yes, there are, I suppose, concerns or thoughts that the Youth Council could be operated better or improvements made, but they weren't the primary reason for removing it. It was simply a cost-cutting exercise.
Councillor Philippa.
Thanks, Sarah. Officers recommending a budget for this, or have I missed that?
Sorry, I should have been clearer. What we're suggesting here is that we reverse the decision that you took in February, so we go back to the status quo, 51,000.
Okay, thank you.
And a youth council, or a version of it.
For youth-related initiatives,
or youth-related
a version of it.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
So that's just to be clear. That's 51,000 you're recommending for youth-related initiatives. So, for example, we post the LTP process. We'll be introducing portfolios of which one is youth. So it could be through that channel, that avenue to use those funds. Correct. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, and the other information that I like is the in the previous budget, 51,000. There was an officer cost budget in there. So we need to identify what that officer cost budget was in the 51,000 and whether there's still going to be an officer cost in the proposed 51,000 to go in now.
So as I said, if this is a decision that you want to take, then we would sit down, we being the community wellbeing team, would have a think about what youth-related initiatives there are, and bring it back to you for a decision point around how we expend that money, which may or may not include an officer role.
Yeah. So we can provide the information around what was previously in the budget, but as Sarah's saying, restoring the budget doesn't necessarily mean you're restoring it like for like. So it'll be a decision of council as to what that new version looks like in the future. But we can certainly tell you what was in the previous budget and how much was allocated to wages and salaries.
Okay, great, thank you. Next one is accessible bathrooms.
Thank you. So, in the current proposed long-term plan, we have a budget spread over the 10 years for $1.7 million dedicated to public facilities, and they're spread across Rangiora Street, Virginia Lake, and the rest of the network. There was a sentiment that came through in the consultation process where we heard about the city of possibility and establishing fully accessible facilities in our community. So the offer or the suggestion here is that we could look at the renewal of the upcoming renewal of the Oriental toilets that are in the CBD as a potential project to fulfil and deliver on this community aspiration of the fully accessible bathrooms. This wasn't or isn't scheduled until the Oriental toilets isn't scheduled until 27-28. So we would need to take some time to understand between now and then and research the option further and then come back with a business case for decisions.
No questions on this? Okay, great.
Yes, I have.
Oh, sorry, yep. Deputy Mayor Helen.
Got one. If we were, so what I'd like to be able to understand, to make a final decision on that, is if we brought the budget to 26-27, so it was in with this 3 years, because the 27-28 is year 4, is it? Or is it year 3?
It's year 3.
Year 3. So that would be year 3. Okay, no, that's right.
Okay. Year 3, yep, that's correct. All right, Councillor Ross, you've got a question.
Question to the CE. David, it talks about a proposal of 1.706 million in the RTP spread over 10 years. Bearing in mind the presenter who were talking about changing places, there was a rough figure indicated at some point. Will that figure take up so much of that budget that it will impact on the other toilet upgrades? Is it sufficient?
Through your worship, first of all, by way of clarification, the 1.7 million there that is mentioned on the screen, that's spread over the outlying years, and its intention was to make some incremental improvements to our existing facilities to make them more accessible, but it would likely fall short of the changing places concept that was presented by the submitter. We don't know how much that was going to cost, which is why one of the reasons why we're suggesting the Oriental toilets may be a suitable candidate for that kind of project, because it's in the middle of the CBD and quite central, but also we've got a couple of years to do a bit of research, scope out what would actually need to be done, cost it, and then you can make a decision through the annual plan process as to whether you want to go ahead or not.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, there's no other questions there. So.
Okay, curbside. So through the consultation process, you heard from resident out at Pickwick Road, Dickens Lane, representing that area of the community, Mr. Bill Simmons, and he has gathered a petition that will shortly be arriving and being presented at the Ops and Performance Committee. Through that submission, Mr. Simmons spoke of his canvassing of his immediate community around them being included in the curbside service, which is due to start on the 1st of July. We have acknowledged through that process, officers have met with Mr Simmons, we've acknowledged through that process that our long-term plan amendment consultation that we delivered in 2021 was robust enough. In hindsight, there are some areas where we could have improved that consultation, and the fact that Mr Simmons participated in the consultation process this time round, where he identified his property being included in the service, shows that he is well aware that he's been consulted with, and he's given us feedback about that consultation. The proposal that he has suggested is that they are excluded from the service because they fall into a rural zone. The service has always been about delivering in urban areas, and in fact a few peri-urban areas that we've been specific about. We don't have a clear definition of peri-urban and urban. They are different definitions. The definition that the member of the community relied on was a zoning definition, which is not the same definition that we've used, or the same process that we've used to consult with community around this service. When we were setting, so that's one part. Second part is how we've arrived at the area that the service will go to. And that has included a number of factors, including things like population density, whether it's a growth area, and that area out of town is a growth area, whether currently there are rubbish collections and curbside collections that occur from a private perspective in that space, how many households are in, which is similar to population density, and the accessibility of the roads for the trucks to go down. And on that basis, we've included them in the service, and other peri-urban areas that are not residentially zoned in the service. So in response to that, we're recommending that we leave the two roads in the service, and we'll cover that off in the deliberation report as our management recommendation.
Councillor Rob.
Thank you. Yes, I think for further information, though, we need a bit more than just the map. We need to know the implications of what these areas might be. If I look at the map, all I can see really is Wikitoria Road, but Brunswick Road, Kaikakupu Road, those sorts of things. If we did decide to take this out, what's the precedent being created here? What's the risk around that? And I don't think just the map tells us that. So is there some information we could have about that? What other roads might be?
It will be challenging to get. We've got a list of all of the 17,500 or 17,851 addresses that are included in the service. It will be quite challenging for us overnight to identify those that are outside or in the area that we would call peri-urban when we don't have a peri-urban definition.
Through you, Your Worship, I think we can provide some information about the risk and the precedent. The advice that I've got is that it is, notwithstanding the consultation process could have been a little bit more robust, it's certainly sufficient to meet all of the requirements that we need to. As Sarah said, the fact that Mr Simmons knew about the proposal, was able to participate in the consultation process, speak to council, and present his petition as testament to the fact that he knew about what was going on. The only reason this is before you is because through that consultation process, Mr Simmons organised a petition and presented it to council. So once you've moved past this decision, whether Pickwick and Dickens Road are in or out, the decision is made, and all parts of the community that are proposed to be within the service will be in. And I don't believe there's an avenue for them to come back and ask for a decision to be made otherwise, because this consultation process was it.
Yeah. Well, with respect, Mr. Simmons is not talking about this consultation process. He's talking about the consultation process that occurred when we went out to the public about introducing a curbside recycling service maybe 5 years ago. You know, and they were told then that it was only urban. So I just don't think that the information that you're putting in front of us here is relative to saying that they knew about the consultation period, because 5 years ago they didn't. They didn't react to it because they weren't included as far as they were concerned.
Okay. Wanted to take that back on board, but that sounds like clarification moving into debate. But either way, that's all right. Councillor Ross. Okay, Councillor Charlie.
Yep, thank you. Are you aware there's rumblings up at Papeete about the very same thing? They're being included in the recycling pickup when they're not actually supposed to be.
Yeah. Through your worship, there's grumblings across the whole district because you haven't got universal support for it. You saw that through the consultation process. There are people returning their bins to the front counter because they don't want the service. You're not going to get 100% acceptance, but that's the whole point of a targeted raid, and the approach that we've taken is it isn't really an opt-out.
Are these rural or urban people doing it?
So there's all sorts of people within the city, within the urban area as well. The reality is that legislation is going to require us to do it anyway, and I don't think people realise that. So, Councillor Ross.
Sorry, I'd forgotten my question. Now I remember. It's a bit of minutiae, but will Mr. Simmons and or the residents in those two streets be notified before the crates are dropped off, or will that be the next thing they become aware of?
All of the crates for the service have been delivered, with the exception of the residents in Dickens Lane and Pickwick Road awaiting this decision. So the answer to that question will be yes, they will be notified. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Kate.
Just to clarify, the legislation that is in law about when we have to offer curbside recycling, when is that due to?
2027 for recycling and 2030 for curbside, for food scraps.
Thank you. Do you know, and this might be an unfair question, do you know what the impact is on peri-urban occupiers, residents?
Those requirements relate specifically to dense population areas, so urban/peri-urban, but not limited to those areas.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Rob.
Before this conversation proceeds on the legal side, the government says that we have to have a curbside recycling collection by 2027. Can it please be established that the public have to have access to a recyclables collection, whether it's a drop-off or whether it's curbside, is not what the legislation is about. There has to be a service available. Can you please get some information about that?
I can, yes.
Okay, great.
Cool. Next one.
Tramways.
This one is about the funding for the potential extension of the tramway. And this has been put into the draft budget in anticipation of the feasibility study being completed that you asked officers to undertake earlier this year. That feasibility study is in its final stage of drafting, having been back to key stakeholders for feedback on the initial drafts. You have also received a submission from the Tramways Wanganui Trust that questions whether the extension of the track is the best use of funding, and that there are greater and probably more easily realised opportunities to create a heritage transport experience by pairing the tram with the Waimarie, possibly the vintage bus, and connecting it to the Drury Hill elevator. That submission is quite well aligned to the overall findings that the tram feasibility study is likely to make, but I appreciate that as elected members you've yet to receive the feasibility study. So what we're proposing is, given the direction of travel indicated by the feasibility study and the submission from the Tramways Trust, the funding is removed from the long-term plan now. Once you've considered the feasibility study, the annual plan process can be easily used to put the funding back in if that's what you want to. But at this stage, we recommend removing the funding. There are operational improvements that can be achieved for a much lower cost in the short term.
Any questions? Are there any questions in relation to that? No? Okay. Great. Thank you.
So, as already mentioned, there were quite a few submissions and requests for funding. So, given the Council is considering increasing community grants funding, we also want to recommend that those funding requests be dealt with via the community grant contestable fund process as well. So that's another avenue for those specific funding requests. But I also acknowledge, as per the earlier conversation, that there are a range of requests that aren't necessarily funding requests. So as mentioned, we'll come back tomorrow with a resolution around capturing those. So this is similar to what I just said. I forgot the slide was in here, apologies. So there were many other issues raised, queries around the Sargent Gallery, the airport taxiway at Pilot School, and those will be addressed at a later date, and we'll come back with a formal resolution for those. So that's actually the end of the presentation for the long-term plan. What we suggest, and we may just need a very brief adjournment to reset, is if there are no more questions now about long-term plan, that we can then move into the supporting consultations, where you'll actually be able to make decisions on those today. And then once we get through those, as previously discussed, we will come back tomorrow to make decisions on the long-term plan. Everyone comfortable with that?
Thank you. Again, can we just get some clarity on when we will have the information of what the leading motions will be?
Yeah, if we can check in with the team on that at the afternoon break. I know they're furiously working away, pulling it all together into one document.
Yeah.
Hoping to have it by the end of today, but
so hopefully we'll have some information before we go home this evening.
Yeah,
that would be ideal. Yeah.
I'm reading the draft at the moment of the run sheet that has got all of your alternative motions embedded in it. Hopefully at the end of this session, once the meeting closes, we can run through it. We want to make sure with the volume of emails that you've been sending around, we haven't missed anything, and where we've tweaked wording to make a sound resolution, that you're happy with the alternative wording.
Brilliant.
So we'll run through them all at the end.
Thanks, everyone.
No, thank you for that. I liken it to unpicking a big knot. So I think well done.
I know.
So
you see these staff sitting here, they're actually all furiously working away right now on different things. So thank you.
No, great. Deputy Mayor Helen?
Yes, Elise, did I hear you say that the rest of the afternoon session, we will be actually going to deliberations on some of these other...
Yes, correct. Just on parking, rates, remission policies and revenue and financing. So not on the long-term plan, because we're still collating those resolutions for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I think we just need 2 minutes to reset presentations. Yeah.
So my recommendation is we're back at 10:02, which is in about 7 or 8 minutes' time. Oh, sorry, one more. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Rob had a question as well, Councillor Rob.
Just with relation to the related consultation document, the statement, Civil Aviation Authority set the safety standards and have assessed that a parallel taxiway will provide the necessary infrastructure for the airport. It doesn't say that they have instructed us or that we are under instruction to do this. And I think that question needs to be clarified, because I think we have said that CAA is the ultimate authority here, and we're going to have to do this. But it appears from this comment they're only suggesting that it's appropriate.
I can speak to that. Civil Aviation Authority will never give us an instruction around what is appropriate infrastructure at the airport, but they will tell us how we can maintain our accreditation. And one of the questions that they will ask us through that process, and have asked us through the accreditation, so being an accredited, it's called Part 139 accreditation of the airport, so we can have commercial aircraft coming in and out of the facility and operate the flight school, etc. They will ask us as part of the accreditation process, do we have enough infrastructure at the airport to operate the airport safety, given the activity that goes on in the airport? And the answer to that question is, at the moment, it's very, very marginal. The safety is marginal because we don't have the appropriate infrastructure, which is the parallel taxiway. The appropriate infrastructure to make that the answer to that question yes is a parallel taxiway. So they will never give us an ultimate instruction as a preemptive measure. That said, if there is an incursion on the taxiway, on the runway now, and there is a safety investigation, they could remove our accreditation because we haven't taken active steps to make the infrastructure adequate for the volume of the activity.
Okay, so the views of the other partner, the Ministry of Transport, surely they're relative to this decision, and there's nothing, no mention in this document.
And they agree that the parallel taxiway is the appropriate infrastructure for the airport as the other partner on the JV. And they've qualified that recently with a conversation with the Civil Aviation Authority. So they agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Helen, do you
Yes, could you please also clarify on that issue, with council only owning 50% of the airport, that you'll need to secure, for the total cost of this parallel taxiway, you'd need to get 50% funding from the other partner, which is essentially the government, I guess. In order to be able to get that 50% co-funding, you need our money in the budget, correct?
That's correct. So we have to put skin in the game.
Yeah.
And
that enables you to negotiate, is that for
that's
that
right.
funding, correct?
Yes.
Should they, let's say we do that, and let's say the government says, yes, we're going to put in that money, whatever year that, because they've got budgets too, right? They're going to have to agree the year. Then if we, until we actually draw down that money and actually sign a contract, we actually haven't committed, right, to the project.
Yes, that's correct. We won't start the project until all partners have come to the party.
Yeah, and we're ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. David, did you want to discuss the standing orders?
Yeah, once we adjourn for the break, we can just run through the standing orders.
Okay, so we'll continue to have, 5 minutes? 5 minute break, back at 10:02. All right. back into the rest of the afternoon. There's I just want to explain what's where we're at and what happens next. So effectively, we haven't completed item 8.1. Well, we've done, that's the long-term plan deliberations. What we've done is ask questions of clarification, and just for a reminder, tomorrow we will actually be going through comment and discussion and debate for that. The rest of this afternoon, assuming we have time, we'll be covering, first of all, item 8.5, Revenue and Financing Policy 2024, deliberations. Then we'll move to item 8.4, which is Rates Remission Policy 2024, and Rates Postponement Policy 2024, and Policy on the Remission and Postponement of Rates on Māori freehold land. Then we'll move to item 8.2, which is Parking Bylaw and Parking Controls 2024. So that's the order of today, assuming that we get through that. If not, we'll pick those up again tomorrow. And then on Friday, we will cover items 8.3 and 8.6, which are respectively Fees and Charges 2024-25 and Development Contributions Policy 2024. So hopefully that makes sense. But before we go any further, there's a couple of procedural motions. What we need to do is put a motion to adjourn the debate, which is item 8.1. We've had the questions today, and we'll have the discussion tomorrow. Because we're moving on to other items, we need to show that demonstrate that we're going to adjourn this till tomorrow, if that makes sense. So I'm going to move that 8.1 placeholder report long-term plan 2024 to 2034 deliberations. That council receive the placeholder report long-term plan 24 to 34 deliberations being discussed at the council meeting on 5 June 2024 should be adjourned to 6 June, that's tomorrow, and not be further discussed at this meeting. So I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ross. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Thank you. The second item, I'm going to assume that we're going to carry on beyond 3:30 today, which takes us past the 6 hours, and that is a motion to resolve to continue the council meeting past 6 hours duration. Councillor Charlotte's move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Josh to second that. Thank you for that. All those in favour? Against? Motion's carried. Thank you. All right, so that's some procedural stuff there. So hopefully that's all as clear as hopefully clearer than mud. Anyway, so look, we were going to have a discussion, but with the chief executive was going to take us through some standing orders, but we'll save that for another time. So with that in mind, we'll move to item 8.5, Revenue and Financing Policy. Welcome, Claire.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. So as part of this long-term plan process, we've had to review our revenue and financing policy. This was not a full comprehensive change to our policy, but more a tinker with the specifics of it really, not a full start again from scratch scenario. We did a full review at the last long-term plan. So the purpose of the revenue and financing policy is to set out our funding sources for our operational capital expenditure and the reasons for using them. Some submission feedback we got, we had 60 submissions on the policy, which I think is a record for this policy. I don't think we've ever had anywhere near that amount of submissions in the past. There were some really good submissions in there. Not all of them were necessarily specific to the policy content itself. Some of them were broader issues around financing of council and rates and broader issues like that. The one issue that was raised that was specific to this policy was around capital value rating versus land value rating of our general rate. Progress Castlecliff identified that they had a preference for capital value and a perception that that was more equitable and fair for ratepayers across the community. That is a valid thing to follow up on. It's not something that we would propose changing the policy for at this time. That is a huge change that would affect all of our ratepayers across the board. And that would need an entire set of modelling done and a huge consultation process with the community because there would be such substantial impacts of rates going up and down across all ratepayers. So we take that feedback on board and we can certainly consider that ahead of the next long-term plan for sure. Some of the other things that were raised through the submissions were keeping rates rises in line with inflation, advocating for government to pay rates on their land and buildings in Whanganui, some opportunities for financing of projects with partners for capital projects, some support for development contributions to fund our growth, a range of views on user pays, right from full user pays to no increases in fees and charges, a recognition that Whanganui is not a wealthy district, and a request that we ensure that council is operating as efficiently as it can. We note that we have a number of reorganisations internally underway at the moment that might necessitate a few more changes to the policy post-consultation. These are really technical amendments rather than a general policy change. So if necessary, we may have to amend some changes to that before we adopt on the 16th of July alongside the long-term plan, but those will be clearly identified for you. So the options we have today are to make no amendments and refer the policy as consulted on to the LTP adoption meeting on the 16th of July. Our preferred option is to make those minor amendments and refer back to that adoption meeting, 16th of July, or you could ask us to refer back and do more work on this policy. So the next slide is just confirming the recommendations that we have in our report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. In relation to changing from a land-based to capital-based rating system, is there any option, is it feasible for us to consult ahead of an annual plan rather than a long-term plan?
Yeah, that one would need special consultative procedure, so it is probably heading into long-term plan amendment territory because it's such a substantial change. Yep.
Councillor Philippa.
Thank you, but as a follow-up to that, when you thanks Claire, in regard to a long-term plan amendment, that can happen, and that can happen at any time as such. But have you got any advice over how long that would take to do, if we to look at? Because I do tend to think we should be looking at that option or considering it.
Yeah, we can certainly consider it. There is a lot of modelling to do, and there are a lot of decisions to make. It's not just a move from this system to another. There are a lot of thinking that needs to go into it around differentials and groups and categories and things. So it's certainly something we can look into. You can obviously do a long-term plan amendment at any time, but there is obviously costs involved in that with audit and that type of process. So ideally it would be better to time it with a long-term plan, but certainly it's something that we would want to get started on well ahead of that in order to make sure we had all the modelling and the options available for ratepayers to be able to see exactly what that might mean for them. There would be substantial impacts across the board.
Sure.
Thanks.
Just adding to that, during a long-term plan process, as we try to tinker with the rates model, you see the unintended consequences that can have. So once we're through this long-term plan, the questions that we need to pose to you as elected members is, do you want us to do a full funding review right from scratch? That would include how things are funded, such as the fees and charges, all that sort of stuff, but also the review of whole rate structure. And would need to do that outside the long-term plan cycle. In the sense, we would do it, I would need to do it a couple of years out from the long-term plan. It would take about anywhere up to 6 months to a year to do. It would be costly because we'd need to bring in some external sources. So as we go through the long-term plan process, that has already been done and you understand all the impacts right up front.
Just a further question, if okay, Mayor Andrew. So just, there was comments there, and I think you raised one where a submitter or a group of submitters have submitted that this would be fairer, a capital value rather than land. They talked about up to 95% of councils possibly rating by capital value. Have we any do we know if that's correct, or any intel around that, Mike or Claire?
We don't have the numbers of councils that use a capital base. I believe more do use a capital base as opposed to land value. There are pros and cons of both approaches. Just want to make that clear.
Sorry, and last question. You know, last year when we had the valuations, which did hit some of our poorer suburbs, you know, substantially. Yeah, I guess if we had have been just if we had have been capital value, would the effect have been a lot less? Just is that an easy answer or not really?
Most likely would have been less variations than what there were.
And this might be unfair, and you might not be able to ask this, Mike or Claire. Have you got a opinion on whether we should be looking? You know, it's a major process. You've said to look at it. It's going to take 6 months. It's going to cost at least. It's going to cost quite a bit of money. Have you got an opinion? A professional opinion.
My view on this is that it's worthwhile doing work up front to do this, but I do firmly believe that you've got to do the work and that the data, the outcomes, determine what is the preferred outcome, as opposed to going in and saying, this is my preferred outcome, let's try to achieve this.
Councillor Rob?
Yeah, thank you. So, Mike, what's the legislative requirement for a funding review? I always understood it had to be every 6 years or something. Is it not legislated how often we have to have a funding review?
No, not that I'm aware of. Let me check.
I
don't think there's a time frame on that.
Yeah, I don't believe there is a time frame. We need to come back to you. There is, yeah.
Okay. So, the choice of land value or capital value, would you say that land value over a period of time, like 10 years, has been more stable than capital value, and that's one of the reasons why there's an advantage, it was one of the pros of selecting it. Is that correct?
I think up until now, my time at council, the valuations that have been done has not raised the issue significantly whether we should transfer between the two valuation bases. So up until now, we haven't seen the impact that happened from the previous valuation, which was really a change in methodology of valuing property.
Okay.
Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. So just recalling a significant workshop that we had last year on the possibility of switching to capital. So at that stage, I recall the position was that with early modelling, there might be too many unintended consequences. Is that still your position, or do you see value in doing significant work on investigating it further?
Yeah, I think there's certainly value in it for sure. There are always at the end of the day, we're still moving the same quantum between different properties, so there'll be winners and losers throughout. So yeah, where you may help one group of ratepayers, you're going to push that load onto somebody else. So it really is quite intricate, and you need to get quite to a low level of detail to identify, where those groups are effectively winning or losing. So yeah, there's advantage to doing it for sure. I think as Mike said, the last valuation was where it really started to move the land values a bit, and it's really changed the playing field a little bit in terms of that difference between land value and capital value.
Okay. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Thanks for the report and all the work. Just wondering about, does our policy not tell us how often we need to do a review, funding and financing review?
We always review the revenue and financing policy alongside the long-term plan every time. So it will actually become a part of the formal long-term plan document at the end of this process. So it has to go into the plan itself.
Right.
So as a part of that, we always review it alongside every long-term plan.
Thank you. So if we were to actually look at doing an overhaul of the system, we would need to do that separate from the long-term plan process that we've just been through.
No, I think the work, because of the substantial amount of work that's required, that work would happen well before the long-term plan. But then, as you agree to your preferred position, you'd go out through your long-term plan process to consult with the community, and through the long-term plan process is where you would make the changes.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, we would need to do the work either next year or the year after, ahead of the next long-term plan, which would be 3 years out. Do you think there would be any benefit in having a briefing paper to come to council, I don't know, in the second half of this year, just to go through these issues and whether we should schedule it for next year?
Yes, yeah, I think that's a good idea. We haven't at this stage in the long-term plan budgeted any additional expenditure for this. So if we want to go down that path, we'd need to either do unbudgeted expenditure or budget it through the next annual plan to start the work in the next annual plan.
Okay, all right. Would I need to move a recommendation to that effect, or can we just add it to the work plan and put it through to strategy and policy at some stage?
I suggest just add it to the work plan. Would that be?
I'm comfortable with that, yes.
So either the second half of this year or the first half of, well, it would have to be the second half of this year, would it not, to get into the annual plan process?
Yeah, yes.
The cost of doing
yes.
it.
We need to raise it with elected members. We need to have that discussion for a decision to be made. So we would then raise it as part of the annual plan process, or last part of this year, end of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Robb.
Yeah, thank you. So there's been a proposal to alter the funding split for the hanging baskets to 75-25. And then there's been an alternative resolution put forward by Michael for the rural bins to change to 75% rural and 25% residential commercial. Now, so can you just explain why one doesn't contravene the revenue and finance policy, but the other one does?
So I've just responded through an email. Sorry, just a question you raised. The funding for the rural bins is funded from the general rate, but the general rate allocated to that service has a differential weighting on it, a weighting which puts more cost on the farming ratepayer. Normally the weighting for a general rate is 7% on the farming community, which represents the number of properties or SOAPs they have compared to the other two sectors. For the rural bins, the weighting has been increased to 30%. So it's quite a significant weighting on the farming community for that particular service, which I think achieves what Councillor Michael was talking about.
It's also important to note with that one that the funding impact statement considers a lot of that split. It's not actually the revenue and financing policy that detail is held in. So it's in the funding impact statement, which is part of the main long-term plan.
Okay. Councillor Kate is happy to move it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Philippa? All right. Do we have any comments on this item? Councillor Philippa.
Oh yeah, no, just happy to second this. I'd like to thank staff for bringing this to us. It probably all goes under the radar a bit of the LTP, but it's kind of really, really important, and I think it'll be really good. I was going to propose some resolutions, but I'm very comfortable that what I hear is that we'll be looking to get something like a briefing paper on the full kind of full funding review implications, including any proposed changes from land to capital based rate to the Strategy and Policy Committee within the next 3 to 6 months, and I think that's good timing. Some of those impacts of our land value rate really hit. So, we know how hard they hit our community last year. And of course, you know, we've still got a, you know, we've got a rates implication, you know, that's looking at over 10% at the moment. So, yeah, thank you. Look forward to that.
Great, thank you. And I just want to say thank you to those in the community that, amongst, probably to Councillor Philippa's point, that in the long-term plan, this was something that our community provided input into as well, and it could be one of those things could be glossed over, but I think it's a really important policy. I'm looking forward to revisiting it as well. So anyway, there's no further comments, so I'll put the motion on the screen that the Council A, considers the submissions and feedback received on the draft Revenue and Financing Policy 2024, B, incorporates all decisions made during deliberations into the final Revenue and Financing Policy 2024 for formal adoption by Council on 16 July 2024, C, delegates to the Chief Executive to make any changes necessitated by Council internal reorganisation or audit into the final Revenue and Financing Policy 2024, and D, delegates to the Chief Executive to make minor editorial amendments to the final Revenue and Financing Policy 2024. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. So we will now move to item 8.4, which is the Rates Remission Policy 2024, Rates Postponement Policy 2024, and Policy on the Remission and Postponement of Rates on Māori Freehold Land 2024. So you're going to speak to this, Mike? Yeah.
Thank you. Again, there was a record number of submissions on the rates policies, 81, and some of the comments or themes, difficult to understand the exact nature and extent of the changes in respect of Maori freehold land policies. All landowners, including government, charities, churches and Maori freehold owners, should contribute to the rates pool. By allowing remission and postponement, you are putting pressure on other ratepayers to meet your funding needs. I'll talk about the Maori freehold land shortly, but there was concerns over fairness and equity. However, officers believe that, on the whole, the draft policies strike an appropriate balance between equity and fairness and recognition of certain extenuating circumstances in which remission or postponement may be warranted in order to support broader community outcomes. So the policies don't just provide rates relief under every single circumstance when somebody asks for it. Situations would be when a person is experiencing severe financial hardships and simply cannot afford the rates. In those circumstances, the policies recognise it's equitable to provide them rates relief in that situation. Or where an organisation, a charitable organisation, is providing relief to the community or providing a service to the community. So there was confusion over the Maori freehold land, and this relates particularly to obviously the policy for rates remission and postponement on Maori freehold land. The normal form of land ownership in New Zealand is an estate in fee simple. That's the legal form of it. And rates on that form of ownership apply to all properties, regardless of who owns those properties. Maori freehold land is a different form of ownership, with land having unique characteristics, which is outlined in the report that I provided to you. Now, I've got up here, this land has been subject to a vesting order or freeholding order and is held by the owners as tenants in common in equal share. That's, I guess, a legal definition. It's a designation which has been given to it by the Maori Land Courts. Certain characteristics of the land may be that it has multiple ownership. Sometimes there's hundreds of owners on that land. it's often land that is unproductive or landlocked, and so it's not providing any income to the owners. The criteria for rates relief on this land is largely driven by legislation. Our policy reflects or aligns very closely to what is in the legislation, and it is designed to promote the retention of the land in Maori ownership, designed not to alienate them from the land. Now, recent changes to legislation has required us to include the preamble to the Tītori Whenua Maori Act into the legislation, including the rates policies. The effect of it, if I read this, is to provide the same form of rates relief to land held in Maori ownership, which, although has not been given the formal designation of Maori freehold land, nevertheless has the same characteristics of Maori freehold land. So this is land which is similar to Maori freehold land. They just haven't gone through the formal process of registering it through the Maori Land Court. That's all that preamble does to the land. Any questions on that?
Councillor Charlie.
The local marae pay rates?
Marae is exempted from rates under the Local Government Rating Act. So it's a legislation exemption, along with churches, places of worship, same thing, which is in, as I said, the Local Government Rating Act. The options, recommended option, adopt the draft policies without any further amendments. Option 2, make amendments to the policies. And option 3, make no decision at this time and refer the draft policies back to officers for further work. The recommendation up there is in the report. You consider the submissions on the policies. You adopt the policies as they are without making further amendments to come into effect on 1st of July 2024.
Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. I do have a follow-up question. So this is quite difficult for the layman to probably understand. I've dealt with this in the past because this has been a long ongoing issue. So I just want to try and summarise what I think I'm hearing you saying is that especially with the Māori land, we've just got some changes in here because they're being driven by law, by new just amendments to the policy. So that's why we're addressing that issue at the moment. But actually we've had this policy in there for quite a long time. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, what I did this time around is I took our existing policy and I compared it to the legislation to make sure it aligns very closely to the legislation. And then the additional stuff is, again, because of legislation, the preamble is a legislative requirement.
Yeah, and this happens all around the country, right? There's these parcels of land. And from what I understand is when we talk about landlocked, it means that like there's often no road to these parcels of land. So I guess you could imagine them in the foothills of the Wanganui River, that because of the native land court process, often, and this is going back 100 years or 150 years or more, the people who might have once owned it became really alienated. You had lots of, because of the mechanisms of the law, some of the people don't even know they own it, or they, you know, it's just so muddled that there's these parcels of land that we haven't even been able to identify who necessarily owns them. That's sort of the situation we have here, rather than just, oh, there just happens to be 10 owners of that plot of land. This is a totally separate type of situation.
Yeah, I think it's hard to put ring fence all the Maori freehold land in one bucket and say this is exactly what it is. There's different characteristics, but what you're talking about is often a characteristic of this land, and often there are hundreds of owners going back generations, and sometimes it's difficult to understand to identify these owners.
And if we didn't pass this, would we be in breach of the law because this is national legislation?
As I said, what I've done is I've attempted to align this closely with what's in the legislation, and the legislation provisions in both the Local Government Act and the Local Government Rating Act are not optional, they are mandatory to put it in there. So certain parcels of land we cannot charge rates on, and we know that certain government land, places of worship, and Maori freehold land. So it's all within the same legislation. Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, Councillor Peter.
Yeah, the characteristics. Who determines that? Is it a local? Does the council determine the characteristics that are close enough, or someone else?
This is for land which is the preamble covers.
Yeah.
It would be the application would identify why rates relief should be granted, and then we would look at that piece of land, the type of ownership, the characteristics, and determine whether it's very close to that. But it's a decision that would need to come back through to council, for council itself to make that decision on officers' advice.
So it's at the discretion of council?
Yes, it would be. The delegation, I don't believe officers have been granted delegation under the policy.
Any further questions? Okay. Councillor Rob.
Thank you. The question was answered about maraes being exempt under another legislation. I understand that doesn't apply to the residences around a marae. And to clarify that, can you give us what the rules are for that, Mike? Because I believe Papakainga do pay rates.
Yeah, Section 13A of the rating of the Local Government Rating Act 2002 says this is exemptions from rates. Maori freehold land on which a meeting house is erected, excluding any land used for primary for commercial or agricultural activity or as residential accommodation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Right. So there's no further questions, I don't think. So happy to move. Councillor Kate, happy to move. Councillor Glenda, second. Right. So move on to comments. Any comments? No comments? Okay. No further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen that rates remission policy 24 to 24, rates postponement policy 2024 and policy on the remission and postponement of rates on Māori freehold land 2024, deliberations and proposed adoption. That the Council A considers the submissions and feedback received on the draft rates remission policy 2024, draft rates postponement policy 2024 and the draft policy on the remission and postponement of rates on Māori freehold land 2024, and B, adopts the rates remission policy 2024, rates postponement policy 2024 and the policy on the remission and postponement of rates on Māori freehold land 2024 without any amendments to come into effect on 1 July 2024. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Right. The next item is the item 8.2. We're kind of going backwards here, backwards in order, but 8.2, parking bylaw and parking controls 2024. Right. Yeah. Welcome. All yours.
Kia ora everyone. As with the last two consultation items, where the purpose... Could you just bring your mic closer? Oh, sorry. Is this all right? Yeah. As with the last two consultation items, the purpose of this paper is to both consider all the submissions and to adopt these documents without any further changes is our recommendation. So just a quick recap. The review of the parking bylaw and controls involved several changes to parking tariffs, meters and exemptions, and these proposed changes were intended to improve parking turnover as well as help offset anticipated rates rises. And that last point is really why we've consulted on them alongside the LTP, because the proposed tariff increases will impact the long-term budget and help with offsetting pressure on rates. We also had a record number of submissions, 610, which is quite a jump from about 27. So I really want to thank everyone for engaging. There's a lot of thoughtful feedback and commentary provided. This is just a reminder of the parking tariffs that we consulted on. So all the information I'm going through here on the slides is also available for those watching online in the report. So just go through, I'll try not to spend too long on this, but we'll go through each question. The first question was really an in-principle one to determine how people felt about increasing parking tariffs in order to offset rates. And there was a majority of agreement at 49%, and 36% of people disagreed. 15 were neutral or don't know. A lot of the neutral or don't know comments agreed with some aspects and not others, so they might agree with putting up parking tariffs but not necessarily installing new meters, that sort of thing. So key reasons for agreeing were that the tariffs in Wanganui are starting from an affordable or low point. Increasing them could encourage public and active transport. The reasons for disagreeing were that increasing parking tariffs might discourage business and shoppers in the CBD, that parking is already too expensive, it will negatively impact people with low incomes, and that we should implement a free parking period instead. And a lot of these disagree themes here were fairly consistent throughout the consultation. So the next consultation question was related to the specific proposal to increase parking tariffs on Victoria Ave. So we proposed to increase them from $2 to $3 per hour, and there was a majority that agreed with that, 54%, and 37% disagreed. Main reasons for agreeing was that the town centre is a walkable size and distance. Increasing the tariffs could help encourage turnover and congestion. The tariffs for Victoria Ave are currently low, and increasing them could provide more revenue for council. In terms of disagreeing, as I mentioned, fairly consistent, might discourage business and shoppers in the CBD. Parking is already too expensive. The increase is too high, and we should implement free parking instead. This was the only proposal that there was a majority of disagreement with, by quite a narrow margin of 3%, but this was the proposal to increase parking tariffs on side and off streets to a uniform rate of $2. They're currently $1.50 respectively. There weren't a lot of consistent themes in terms of agreement here. There was a lot of commentary about disagreement, mainly that people felt the increase was too high, that it would be quite a burden for CBD workers who tend to park in the CBD all day, and also that it would discourage business and shoppers in the CBD. Next was our proposal to install 14 parking meters in the CBD. So this was the map that was provided as part of the consultation. There was quite good support for this. Again, 54% of people agreed, 35% didn't. Main reasons for agreeing were the potential for increased revenue and that this would encourage turnover on these streets. You recall a lot of the streets we were proposing the meters for were areas that are currently free, where people tend to park all day. So in terms of disagreement, the main reasons were again, it might discourage people coming into the CBD, Some people felt there are insufficient parks for CBD workers and that we should use time limits to encourage turnover instead. I'll skip through these next couple fairly quickly because they had quite good support. So there was one which was just to extend the UCOL student exemption on Taupo Key from 2 to 3 hours, and this was to accommodate typical lecture times of 3 hours. So this had good support at 72%. Mostly people agreed because it supported UCOL students who may have limited income. Reasons offered for disagreeing were that we should be encouraging active and public transport instead, and that 2 hours should be sufficient. We also proposed to install 3 more mobility parks in the CBD, 2 long mobility parks in Windstone Car Park and 1 centrally located mobility park outside BNZ on Vic Ave. 81% of people agreed with this proposal. There was no real commentary provided for reasons of disagreeing, but people agreed that Whanganui has an ageing population, there aren't enough mobility parks in the CBD at present, and that the CBD should be accessible for all. The Super Gold Card scheme. So this was, at the moment, we have a parking scheme for Super Gold Card holders which runs from 8 to 11 on weekdays, and the proposal was to extend this to Saturdays. 63% of people agreed with this one, 29% disagreed. Main reasons for agreeing was that it encourages more CBD business on Saturdays and supports our ageing population. Those that disagreed mentioned that there would be a potential loss of revenue. Some people felt that Super Gold Card holders already have enough benefits and that Saturday parking should be kept available for those working during the week. Finally, we asked a general question about Council's bylaw. There were no substantive comments on the bylaw itself, but there were general calls for more enforcement and ticketing, particularly of mobility parking and parking in suburban areas. So given that the majority of submitters agreed with all but one of the proposed changes, officers are not recommending any changes to the proposed parking bylaw and parking controls based on the outcomes of the consultation process. So our recommendations are on the screen and also in the report, that Council considers the submissions on the parking bylaw and controls and adopts them to come into effect from 1 July 2024. The alternative options would be that we make amendments and adopt them later and they come into effect after 16th of July, or we make no decisions at this time and refer the draft parking bylaw and controls back to officers for further work. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Tamsin. So thank you for that. It's, I think, pretty clear and good information. So do we have a question? So Councillor Robb.
Thank you. Perhaps I ask Mike more so on this funding of the parking activity. The activity surpluses once used to be ring-fenced and used as capital replacements with a portion going to roading. What would be required, Mike, to have a similar policy now, and why would it not be a good policy to adopt?
On my head to come back. Sorry, rather than provide an answer off the top of my head, I'd rather actually think about that and come back to you. I need to understand how much is in the reserves and how much we apply to rates, and I don't, off the top of my head, know that. So
is there a parking reserve special fund now or not?
There was a special fund. It's probably based on tacting. We were using it, I understand, to fund the capital purchases of the meters, but I'd need to find the exact details of that.
So does any of this, in this 24-25 budget, is any of that going to the special fund?
Again, I'd need
Okay.
to look at the activity.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Ross.
Yeah, I'm back into detail here. Nothing stops somebody, say in Vic Ave, putting in 50 cents for 20 minutes. That they still have that option. They're not paying $3 whether they're for 5 minutes or 1 hour. So they can still sneak in for a few minutes with a 50-cent coin, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second one is this thing about discouraging workers in the city. I don't understand the thing. I don't know about the renting of a $30 a week. Is it $30 a week for renting? Is that like a card, or are there particular car parks around the town? Because in theory, based on the rates, a worker would be far better off after 2 days by paying a weekly or monthly rent or whatever the thing than just sneaking out all the time and putting coins in. Is that right?
Good afternoon, everyone. So just to answer that one, currently our off-street rental car parks are charged at $20 per week. To match that with our off-street paid parking, the current 50-cent rate is only $4 for a day. So it matches pretty much dollar for dollar. The difference is their rental park is there for them whenever they need it. So they don't have to go looking for a car park. With the $30 increase, well, the $10 increase to $30, it will actually make more financial sense for people to get the rental park. They will actually come in less than the off-street paid parking would be for them if they were to do it by day.
So the issue for some workers is they want their car to be near their place of work rather than walking a couple of blocks. They'd rather sneak out every couple of hours and top up their meter. Is that right?
A lot of them do that. They're using the Parkmate app now, which gives them alert.
So they could pay their weekly and just walk a couple of blocks.
Most of our rental car park areas are within a block of each block. So
But my understanding is those rental car parks are grossly underused. Is that right? They're very underused.
The only one that is very underused at the moment is off Ingester Street. That is only approximately quarter full at the moment.
Right.
All the others are sitting anywhere from 80 to 95% full at this point.
Right, and my last part is probably anecdotal. How aware are our city workers, how aware are they of this option of weekly parking rental? Do we need to promote it more?
It wouldn't hurt to promote it more. In a couple of our rental parking areas, we do have a waiting list because the area is full. So one of those areas is behind Bed Bath & Beyond, we call Hannah's car park. That is always full. Even when we get someone pull out, that is filled within half an hour because we have 15 to 20 people on the waiting list for that one at the moment. Opera House, we have 12 parks available there. They are constantly full. Drury's Avenue behind the Embassy, we have parks there. That one is always full. Taupo Quay is now 3 parks away from being full. And they all seem to have waiting lists available apart from Ingester Street.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I'll just quickly add to that. We did actually ask a question in the survey just about to gauge people's awareness of some of those off-street parking bays, and only 39% of people who responded were aware of all of those different car parks.
So communication might be...
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. I think somewhere in the slide you talked about, I think that, this is about our 6-point plan, non-rates revenue part of this, and about, I think you said about 49% of people, something about, anyway, it's around offsetting rates. But can you remind us, have we budgeted how much we think it might offset rates?
Yes, it is in the long-term plan budgets. The proposed increases that we went out and consulted on are incorporated into the draft long-term plan budget.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay. No further questions. So can I have a mover? Councillor Ross, and mover, and a seconder is Councillor Robb. All right. So any comments on this item? Councillor Robb? Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I would just like to say that this review of the parking bylaws not only and charges has not only been necessary because we haven't done it for a long time, but it's been very, very well handled, and I'm actually quite surprised such a controversial subject has really met with quite widespread approval from the public. What this increase in charges does, it brings in an extra $541,000 according to the budget that's put out, and that's about a $300,000 increase over last year by bringing in these changes. What I would raise, though, is what I spoke about before, is what we do with the surplus. Because previously we did have a policy that ring-fenced that surplus, put it into a special fund, and then there was a payment to the roading activity, and that has been used for either creating new parking areas in the future, replacement for meters and what have you, and any capital costs that might be incurred in the parking activity. When we look at the new Sargent Gallery and we look at the totally inadequate allowance for parking with the new building, only 7 extra car parks from what was there previously, this is exactly the sort of fund that could be looked to provide that parking. And I believe that we can still look at that now. So I think it's been very successful. It's made it simple. $3 an hour in the avenue, $2 an hour outside the avenue, and you can park for a longer time. That's all the public need to know. Sure, it was a big increase from 50 cents to $2, but I think that'll be forgotten about over a period of time, and the simplicity of the system will be retained. So thanks again. Once again, I'd also like to take this opportunity of mentioning the parking staff that are patrolling the streets. I only hear good reports. No one really likes being given a ticket, let's face it. But I think they do it with a pretty good grace. And I commend them in quite a tough situation at times, the way they handle the public. Well done. Thank you.
Unanimous agreement there with you, Rob. Yeah. I'd say that's not the first time, I don't think so. Great, no, we've got experience, yes. Sorry, Councillor Michael, I didn't see you've got a different...
I'm number 1 now.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
Yeah, so I'm going to be voting for this. However, I will make some comments. I do feel like there might be some submission fatigue on this, and the reason why I say that is because I've tried to talk to about 100, 120 people about the parking, and they kept on saying, but what about the hotel? What about this? What about that? And I couldn't get any coherent answers on the parking. So I'm a little bit concerned that there hasn't been enough feedback on parking, though I do think these are a good idea. So I'm voting based upon what I believe is best. I do think the parking that was $20 a week for a reserved space, I actually inquired about one myself. I didn't see the point because it's the same price as next door. Now I'm probably going to buy one, so hold a spot for me, thank you. I do, though, I'm a little bit, and I have asked quite a few people, and I'll just put it out here, I don't see the benefit in the gold card on Saturdays. And then my reasoning is what was the prime reason for putting the gold card on Monday to Friday? And that's because it doesn't interfere with people who are going to work and going to CBD, and it gives a benefit to our pensioners during Monday to Friday. However, on a Saturday, everyone who is working is now trying to do the shopping on a Saturday, and now we're going to be competing with people who do not need to go on Saturday but choose to. I just don't feel like that's been thought about well enough. I would urge us to reconsider this in a year's time when we look at the area. And the reason why I say that is because there's a lot of comments about how there's no parking, especially on Saturdays. It's complex. And now we're going to increase demand on a Saturday, meaning people who are working on minimum wage throughout the week are going to be competing against people on the pension on a Saturday. And we haven't talked about this enough, personally. So in a year's time, I'd like to rediscuss this and the impact that this has caused. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
My thing have died.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Must be that everyone, we're getting tired, and I think the microphones are getting tired too. So, all right, Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. We did have some feedback that putting up the parking prices would impact on our businesses in the CBD, and I just don't. There's no evidence that to that effect, and I just want people to know that we did consider all those things. Parking cost and the viability of a CBD are interrelated, but the whole idea, it's really not, for me, it's not a money gathering thing. This is about keeping reasonable turnover in the CBD. So you're encouraging that with a charge. And that enable, and yet long enough time for people to be able to do all the shopping they want to do. And I mean, it's still very affordable parking compared to many other places. And I just look at the sheer number of people trying to get a park in the CBD now. And actually, you really struggle a lot of the time unless you go off peak hours. So I think we've got a really robust CBD. It's looking really good. And we've got some great businesses there, and we're doing really well. So I don't think that's going to impact that. I agree with Michael. I'm a bit concerned about the free Saturday morning for the gold card. Let's have a report on that after, next year to see where that is, because it's really busy on Saturday now in the CBD. It didn't used to be. Didn't used to be. Your CBD in the mornings used to be quite quiet. Now it's getting really busy. This is Victoria Avenue. So I want to thank Councillor Rob for his comments on the staff. I think they do a great job, and yeah, it's all going very well. So thank you.
Yeah, look, and I just echo that. So just in case the parking officers didn't hear this today, if you could pass that on from us, because yeah, they're always cheery and quite humble actually people. So they've done a great job. So, great. So there's no further comments. So I'll put the motion on the screen. I'm not going to read this one all out. It's a big one. Well, big ones these days. But that the parking bylaw and parking controls 2024 deliberations and proposed adoption. So all those in favour, against, motion carried. Thank you. Right. Just trying to work out where we are. I think that's it. What's that? No, the fees and charges we're going to save till Friday. Is my understanding. Can I just confirm that? I think the fees and charges, item 8.3 and 8.6 development contributions, the request is to push them out to Friday for staff availability, I think. But there's a bit of sunshine left for the day, and I'm probably need a bit of vitamin D, I think. So that's it. So we're going to move this motion to adjourn the council meeting, that the council adjourns the meeting and all subsequent business and reconvenes on 6 June 2024, which is tomorrow, at 09:30. And can I have a mover? Councillor Kate, seconder. Councillor Charlie. Right. All those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. That is the end of this meeting. Because it's an adjournment, I'm not going to finish with a karakia because it was still going.